Chapter 1361. Dizang of Goguryeo naturally understood the intentions of the 10 kings of hell, but he did not give in. He said solemnly, "The peace and stability of the ghost realm cannot be destroyed. If anyone dares to violate the universal condemnation, they will be punished accordingly." Dizang of Goguryeo had the heart of a bodhisattva, but he also had the courage of a vajra. He would not be threatened by the kings of hell. These words made the 10 kings of hell stunned as they stared at him blankly. But who were the 10 kings of hell? Naturally, they would not compromise. They looked at each other and said resolutely, "Do you dare to kill all of us kings of hell? The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. If we are lost, I don't mind doing so. I think the beings of the ghost realm would also like to see this scene." Dizang of Goguryeo pondered for a while and said, "The pupils of the 10 kings of hell shrank. They did not expect the Dizang of Goguryeo to be so resolute, as if he had made up his mind. In fact, Dizang of Goguryeo also knew that the 10 kings of hell were not lying. If he really wanted to get rid of the 10 kings of hell, the ghost realm would be in chaos. After all, they had been operating for so many years. It would not be so easy for them to fall apart. But one thing was certain. The Dizang of Goguryeo and the 10 kings of hell were well aware of this point. Once this period of chaos was over, the ghost realm would eventually return to peace and harmony. It might even be more peaceful than it was now. After all, no one wanted someone to ride on their head, and even more so, did not want their fate to be in the hands of others. The Dizang of Goguryeo's promotion of equality was undoubtedly their gospel, and could remove the shackles on their bodies. The beings of the ghost realm were happy to see this happen. The 10 kings of hell looked at each other. For a moment, they did not know how to respond. Song Jianguang was resourceful and had an idea. He looked at the eye of reincarnation and said, "Dizang of Goguryeo, you didn't come here just to save these ghost messengers and ghost generals, did you?" "That's right. How could I forget this?" The hearts of the other kings of hell immediately lit up, and they all turned to Dizang of Goguryeo with unblinking eyes. Every king of hell had this question in their hearts, but they were completely confused by the question thrown by Dizang of Goguryeo. For a moment, they didn't think of this crucial point. Dizang of Goguryeo stared deeply at Song Jianguang. Surprisingly, he did not hide anything and said honestly, "What I do is, of course, to deliver all living beings from torment." Song Jianguang pointed and said, "Could it be that this is what you're referring to? This doesn't sound like the great ambition of Dizang of Goguryeo." "Of course not." Dizang of Goguryeo shook his head and said meaningfully, "I want to convert all living beings under the heavens. Although they are one of them, they are too few." The hearts of the 10 kings of hell trembled. Song Jianguang seemed to have caught on to something and impatiently asked, "Then how are you going to convert all living beings under the heavens?" Dizang of Goguryeo gave an enigmatic smile. The smile at the corner of his mouth was like 10 miles of spring wind, making people feel relaxed and happy. Tang Zhang and Li Shaotian had this kind of feeling, especially Li Shaotian. His soul seemed to have been strengthened, and he enjoyed this feeling very much. For a moment, Tang Zhang had no choice but to temporarily suppress his purpose of coming here. He quietly looked at the 2 sides who were at daggers drawn. Dizang of Goguryeo pointed to the eye of reincarnation in the sky and said, "The souls reincarnated from here have already been baptized by the Ksitigarbha Sutra and have been converted. The concept of all living beings being equal will be rooted in their souls. Whether they reincarnate as humans or die in the future, this concept will always accompany them." The 10 kings of hell seemed to have heard something extremely terrifying. They were all moved and turned pale with fright. They cried out involuntarily, You actually have this plan. This is really a good plan." Everyone was shocked by this plan. Tang Zhang was also shocked and asked, "Doesn't that mean that when they are reincarnated as humans, The belief of all living beings being equal will also accompany them when they are in the human world. Dizang of Goguryeo had already seen Tang Zheng. Although he did not understand the purpose of his visit, he still nodded in a friendly manner and said, "Yes." Tang Zheng also realized the huge changes this would bring. It would not only affect the ghost world, but also the human world. From then on, the new generation born would not recognize the existing rules of the world. They would believe in the equality of all living beings. At that time, the original world system would be completely destroyed, and it would also cause chaos. Tang Zheng realized the seriousness of the problem, and his face could not help but change greatly. In fact, as a person of the new era, he also understood the great significance of all living beings being equal. But how could there be such a good thing in the world? This kind of change would definitely be accompanied by bloody sacrifices. This was something he did not want to see. If all living beings were really equal, then the world structure would change greatly. Even countries would not exist. He did not even dare to imagine that scene. King Yanluo had an idea, as if he had discovered a new continent. He looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze and said, "Tang Zheng, now you know the serious consequences of his plan. Not only will it cause chaos in the ghost world, even your human world will not be spared." Song Jiangwang also nodded. He was someone who had vested interests, so of course he did not want his privileges to go down the drain. At least on this matter, the 10 kings of hell had a common request and reached a unified opinion. Dizang of Goguryeo did not care about King Yanluo's attempt to sow discord. Instead, he stared kindly at Tang Zheng and said, "Tang Zheng, you cultivate the Ksitigarbha Sutra, so you should understand my good intentions." Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and secretly nodded. "I understand." Of course, he understood the great significance of all this. If this was really realized, then perhaps there would be no more disputes in this world, no more bloodshed, and it would be a paradise. The paradise that was mentioned in the Ksitigarbha Sutra might be like this. Although Li Xiaotian did not understand Dizang of Goguryeo and the ghost world, she still vaguely understood 70 to 80% of it. Her expression changed greatly as she grabbed Tang Zheng's hand and slightly shook her head, saying, "No, this will not work." Dizang of Goguryeo asked doubtfully, "Why?" Someone questioned his great ambition, so he naturally wanted to know the reason. Li Xiaotian raised her head and stared at Dizang of Goguryeo in a daze, hesitating. Tang Zheng knew that Li Xiaotian was resourceful and meticulous. Every word and action of hers had a deep meaning, so she would not speak carelessly to him. Thus he patted her hand and encouraged her, "If you have any ideas, boldly say it." Although he agreed with Dizang of Goguryeo's great ambition, and this was definitely a good starting point, he also understood that it would cause a lot of chaos and even sacrifice. Thus, for a moment, he did not know how to choose. Listening to Li Xiaotian's point of view was a good idea. Li Xiaotian glanced at Tang Zheng and was encouraged by him. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward and bowed to Dizang of Goguryeo, saying, "This is just a small opinion of mine. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me." Seeing that Tang Zheng's companion actually rejected Dizang of Goguryeo's point of view, the 10 kings of hell's eyes lit up. They were all full of interest and could not wait to hear her opinion. She was the girl that Tang Zheng loved. If she could persuade Tang Zheng, then Tang Zheng could stand on their side and persuade Dizang of Goguryeo. Then they could avoid a huge dispute. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva smiled amiably, looking like he was all ears. He was not angry. If he could not even persuade a living soul, then his so-called deliverance of all living beings would be like the moon in the water. Therefore, he wanted to convert this living soul. Although the world of spirits and the human world are two different worlds, along the way, although I have not seen much, my feelings are very deep. There are many similarities between the two worlds. There is no doubt about this. Li Xiaotian was not a person who had stage fright. After calming her mind, she spoke frankly with assurance. When the others heard this, They nodded and agreed with her conclusion of observation. Since there are similarities, then the world of spirits and souls can also be judged by the human world's experience. There were all kinds of strange people in the world. Every person was an individual with their own unique way of thinking. In this world, there will never be two people who are exactly the same. Even if their appearance is the same, their thoughts will definitely be completely different. Li Xiaotian was naturally intelligent and had enough understanding of human nature. Otherwise, she would not be able to lead the Li Palace. It is precisely because of this unique characteristic that humans will have selfish desires and different identities. This different identity will inevitably cause all living beings to be unable to be equal. Dizan of Goguryeo listened quietly and retorted, "It is true that humans have selfish desires, but a soul that has experienced the Ksitigarbha scripture's conversion can overcome this selfish desire and thus strengthen the belief that all living beings are equal." Li Xiaotian still stubbornly shook her head and said resolutely, "Impossible. There is no such thing as complete fairness in this world. And even more so, there will not be a person who is completely fair. In fact, in human history, there have been people who have dreamed of establishing such a society, but in the end, they all failed. Because this is against human nature." Against human nature? Dizang of Goguryeo frowned. These three words were without a doubt a very serious accusation, almost rejecting his grand wish from the very foundation. When the 10 kings of hell heard this, they were all overjoyed. This girl had a sharp tongue, and the words of an outsider were worth 10,000 of their words. Because she did not have any vested interests, her words were more persuasive than the 10 kings of hell. Tang Jing fell into deep thought. Li Xiaotian's words were like pouring wisdom into his head, making him suddenly see the light, as if a light had lit up his heart. Since he started cultivating the Ksitigarbha scripture, many of his thoughts had gradually leaned towards the Dizang of Goguryeo. Therefore, when the Dizang of Goguryeo raised this grand wish, although he knew that there would definitely be hope, he did not oppose it. But after all, he was someone who had lived in the human world for nearly 20 years, and his daily experience was very profound. Especially after Li Xiaotian's advice, his feelings were the most intense. Li Xiaotian seemed to be excited as she continued, "Your plan seems perfect, and the starting point is also very good. It is for the sake of all living beings, but it is a castle in the air. It seems perfect, but the foundation is not stable, and in the end, it will fall short of success." Li Xiaotian dared to say that, and these words completely rejected the hundreds and thousands of grand wishes of the Dizang of Goguryeo. This was undoubtedly a huge blow and challenge. When she finished speaking, there was complete silence. No one objected and no one agreed. Instead, the 10 kings of hell looked at her with a trace of respect and gratitude. Dizang of Goguryeo's solemn expression changed for the first time. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fluctuated incessantly as he looked straight at Li Xiaotian. Chapter 1362. Li Xiaotian met Dizang of Goguryeo's gaze without a trace of fear. These were her heartfelt words. She admired Dizang of Goguryeo for having such a great ambition, but she did not believe that it could be realized. Tang Zheng understood Li Xiaotian. Looking at her firm eyes, his heart stirred, as if he was infected by these words. The 10 kings of hell almost cheered. These words were more convincing than if they had said it themselves, because this was said by an unrelated person. She was not a person with vested interests. Dizang of Goguryeo's expression kept changing. He looked straight at Li Xiaotian and said, "Do you really think that my great ambition is a castle in the air?" "Yes." Looking like Dizang of Goguryeo's imposing manner, Li Xiaotian took a deep breath and insisted on her point of view. Dizang of Goguryeo did not get angry. He muttered, "I will prove that you are wrong." "How will you prove it?" The others also looked at Dizang of Goguryeo curiously, not knowing how he would prove it. "You are a living soul. You will witness how I achieve all of this in the ghost realm. Dizong of Goguryeo said without hesitation. Song Jianguang's heart moved. He quickly turned his head to look at Tang Zheng. Dizong of Goguryeo wanted to keep Li Xiaotian in the ghost realm. This was undoubtedly the opposite of Tang Zheng's goal. Would he agree? As expected, Tang Zheng's expression changed when he heard this. He said, absolutely not. Why not? Dizong of Goguryeo did not expect Tang Zheng's reaction to be so big. He could not help but ask, curiously. Tang Zheng did not delay any longer and simply stated his purpose. I came to the ghost realm to bring her back to life. I will not let her stay in the ghost realm. As soon as these words came out, other than Song Jianguang, the other 9 kings of hell were shocked. With their experience, they never thought that someone would dare to make such a request. Of course, they were the same as Song Jianguang. They had no way to do this. Dizong of Goguryeo raised his eyebrows. His calm face seemed to wrinkle. He stared at Tang Zheng and asked, "You want to bring her back to life?" Tang Zheng nodded heavily. Human death is a law of nature. You are going against the law of nature. Do you understand? Dizong of Goguryeo asked. Tang Zheng nodded his head openly and without hiding anything. You are a cultivator. You should understand the laws of nature and not go against them, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said earnestly. Tang Zheng had a different opinion. He shook his head and said, Cultivators seize the good fortune of heaven and earth. They cultivate their body and mind, prolong their lifespan, and enhance their strength. This is fighting against the heavens. How can you talk about following the law of nature? If you really follow the law of nature, then you should be an ordinary person and live and die normally. Dizong of Goguryeo did not expect Tang Zheng to have such an argument. He was stunned, but he was not frightened by these words. Your words seem to make sense, but in fact they are ridiculous. Hearing Dizong of Goguryeo bluntly reprimanding Tang Zheng's words as ridiculous, the 10 kings of hell became excited. Their eyes lit up. There was no doubt that Tang Zheng was on their side. If they had an ally like Tang Zheng, the 10 kings of hell would have more bargaining chips. Li Xiaotian's heart tightened. He looked at Tang Zheng worriedly. He wanted to persuade him, but there was no way to do so. Tang Zheng was a stubborn person. Once he made up his mind, no matter what she said, she would not be able to persuade him to change his mind. Moreover, Li Xiaotian agreed with Tang Zheng's words from the bottom of his heart. He did not want him to go against his will and say words that went against his heart. I don't think it's ridiculous, Tang Zheng argued. Dizong of Goguryeo shook his head. We can be different from ordinary people because we are the chosen ones. The heavens chose us. That is why we have today's achievements. The chosen ones? Tang Zheng frowned. This statement was extremely mysterious, but he did not believe it at all. Dizong of Goguryeo seemed to see through his thoughts and continued. The chosen ones naturally follow the heavens. They are definitely not fighting against the heavens, as you said, because everything you have is given to you by the heavens. Otherwise, do you think you can have today's achievements? Tang Zheng suddenly felt that it was a little ridiculous. He admired Dizong of Goguryeo very much, but he felt that his statement was really ridiculous. Perhaps this was the difference between the ancient people and the modern people. Dizong of Goguryeo still retained many of the ancient people's thoughts, so it was inevitable that there would be limitations. Tang Zheng's strength could not be compared to the Dizong of Goguryeo, but in some aspects he felt that he was better than the Dizong of Goguryeo. My achievements are the result of my own hard work, not the heavens. You are wrong about this, Tang Zheng retorted bluntly. Dizong of Goguryeo heard this, and his frown deepened. This was a challenge to his authority and even his beliefs. You are going astray. I taught you the Ksitigarbha Sutra, but I didn't expect that after so long. You still haven't understood the essence of it. Instead, you have gone astray. What a pity. Dizong of Goguryeo sighed with regret. After a pause, Dizang of Goguryeo looked at Li Xiaotian and said, "All living things are equal. You are the same as everyone else. After they die, they cannot be resurrected. You can't either. Even if I have a way, I will not make an exception for you." Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows. He went through untold hardships to meet the Dizang of Goguryeo just to ask him about the method of resurrection. Now he did not care about his feelings at all and directly rejected him. Tang Zheng would not sit by and do nothing. He asked doubtfully, "Dizang of Goguryeo, do you have a method of resurrection?" "Of course, although this is difficult, it is not absolutely impossible. But I will not do so," Dizang of Goguryeo said decisively. He insisted on his beliefs and would not compromise at all. Tang Zheng's head sank and said, "For me, can't you make an exception?" Dizang of Goguryeo shook his head without hesitation. "I deliver all living things from torment, for all living things to be equal. How can I go against my own great wish here?" Li Xiaotian was disappointed. She originally thought that after finding the Dizang of Goguryeo, she could be resurrected and be together with Tang Zheng. But her dream was shattered. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a bitter smile. She thought bitterly, "Forget it. This period of time is already the happiest time of my life. Even if I can't be resurrected, I can often reminisce about it. This is enough." However, Tang Zheng did not think so. He had promised Li Xiaotian. Moreover, there was a way, and it was not that there was no way. How could he back down? He finally understood the mystery behind Li Xiaotian's words. People were selfish and had the concept of closeness and distance. It was impossible to treat everyone equally. It was simply impossible to achieve equality for all living things. At this moment, he had a deep understanding. He understood that Dizang of Goguryeo's great wish was really a castle in the air without a solid foundation. In fact, Tang Zheng was a person of great love and righteousness. If he could not do this, others might not be able to do it. The 10 kings of hell saw that the atmosphere between the two sides was becoming more and more delicate, and the differences were getting bigger and bigger, especially on the matter of resurrecting Li Xiaotian. The differences between the two sides could not be reconciled. At that moment, they all saw hope and looked at Dizang of Goguryeo in ridicule. Ksitigarbha, Bodhisattva, looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze as he had already seen through his thoughts. He loudly chanted the name of Buddha, raised his palm, and said in a loud voice, "Tang Zheng, you have already gone astray. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and you will be saved. Otherwise, your life's cultivation and achievements will all be for naught." Tang Zheng was not moved. He said, "I don't think this is a sea of bitterness or a wrong path. I have made up my mind. I must save her. No one can stop all of this." Pausing for a moment, Tang Zheng emphasized each word. No, no one. The 10 kings of hell almost cheered in excitement. This was Tang Zheng's declaration against the Dizang of Goguryeo. To them, it was as pleasant as heavenly music. The corners of the 10 kings of hell's mouth couldn't help but reveal an undetectable smile. Li Xiaotian subconsciously tightened his grip on Tang Zheng's hand. His heart also tensed up as he nervously looked at the Dizang of Goguryeo. Pairs of eyes simultaneously locked onto the Dizang of Goguryeo. Dizang of Goguryeo looked at Tang Zheng with bright eyes. His originally kind eyes became sharper. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Tang Zheng, you should go back. This is not something you can control." "If I don't succeed, I will not go back," Tang Zheng said resolutely. "Then you can stay. Anyway, with your 9-yang saint body, you don't need to fear this Yin Qi." "No." Tang Zheng firmly shook his head. He didn't have time to delay. If Li Xiaotian dragged on for too long and couldn't be revived, then it would be too late for regrets. "Are you so stubborn?" Seeing that Tang Zheng even refused to eat, the Dizang of Goguryeo became angry. Back then, When he faced the Shura and the king of the underworld, he used thunderous methods. It could be seen that although he had a merciful heart, he could also become angry. That anger was not something an ordinary person could endure. Tang Zheng obviously understood this point, but did not back down in the slightest as he said, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, no matter what request you have, as long as you can save her, then I will agree to it. You can't help me, so naturally you won't ask for anything. Tang Jing took a deep breath and asked one last time, You really won't save her? All life is equal. She will not receive any special treatment. The Dizang of Goguryeo insisted. Tang Jing finally understood that no matter how he earnestly begged, the Dizang of Goguryeo would not agree to it. Tang Zheng took a step forward and closed the distance between him and the Dizang of Goguryeo. He said in a deep voice, Dizang of Goguryeo, your cultivation is higher than mine. But for her, even if I know I can't win, I still have to make a move. If I win by a fluke or two, I don't know if you will agree to let me revive her. He was directly issuing a challenge, audacious to the extreme. The 10 kings of hell all had the same thought in their hearts. Although they opposed the Dizang of Goguryeo, none of them dared to challenge the Dizang of Goguryeo and fight with him. This was because they knew very well that they were not a match for the Dizang of Goguryeo. The 10 kings of hell cared about their own reputation and would not fight even if they knew they would lose. Tang Zheng was different. He knew he would lose, but he still fought for a chance to live. Giving up without trying was not his style. He only hoped that the Dizang of Goguryeo would agree to this condition. However, the Dizang of Goguryeo directly shook his head. No matter if you win or lose, I will not revive her. Tang Zheng almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The Dizang of Goguryeo was so stubborn. He had no choice but to fight and force him to revive Li Shaotian. Then I'll offend you. Tang Zheng made his move. The Dizang of Goguryeo chanted the name of Buddha. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. Chapter 1363. The earth-shattering power swept toward Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was like a small boat bobbing up and down in the storm. Tang Zheng knew that he was no match for Dizang of Goguryeo, but he still rushed over without hesitation. With a thought, he used the sky swallowing technique. A huge black hole suddenly appeared, and the Yin-Chi in the world was sucked into the black hole like rivers flowing into the sea. Hiss! Seeing this, the 10 kings of hell all gasped. It was not difficult for their eyes to recognize the terrifying power of the sky swallowing technique. They looked at each other. As soon as they attacked, they could see that Tang Zheng's strength was really different from last time. He was not inferior to them at all. How can he improve so quickly? The 10 Yama kings were enraged, and they couldn't help but feel a little jealous. They had suffered untold hardships and experienced countless years to reach their current level of cultivation. But Tang Zheng was different. At such a young age, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. This gave them the illusion that they had lived in vain all these years. Dizang of Goguryeo's eyes were full of splendor. He did not expect Tang Zheng to improve so much, but he was not jealous. His cultivation was still much higher than Tang Zheng's. With a slap, a golden light appeared in the stormy aura. A Sanskrit word grew bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a huge swastika. The swastika fell from the sky, and the terrifying pressure made Tang Zheng breathless. His cheeks instantly turned red. Roar! He roared to the sky and pushed his palms up. The black hole rushed into the sky and met the golden swastika. Black and golden light immediately covered the sky. The golden light was strong and covered the black light. However, the advantage did not last for long. The black light shone and swallowed the golden light. The light of the swastika was greatly reduced. Dizang of Goguryeo frowned and muttered to himself, "Your sky-swallowing technique is really extraordinary. It can actually block my attack." Back then, when fighting against the Lord of the Underworld, Tang Zheng had also used the sky-swallowing technique. The Lord of the Underworld's Yamasil had even merged with the sky-swallowing technique. Therefore, Dizang of Goguryeo was no stranger to him. However, this sky-swallowing technique was worlds apart from before. Its might was simply incomparable. It's really a pity that you're wasting your cultivation in front of me like this. Quickly turn back, and you'll be saved. Dizang of Goguryeo advised earnestly. Tang Zheng's expression was firm and unwavering. He gritted his teeth and said, I must save her. I must find a way to save her. I only hope that you will help me this time on account of our past friendship. Dizang of Goguryeo was even more determined than Tang Zheng. He was not shaken at all, and there was no room for negotiation. All living beings are equal, there is no exception. Tang Zheng's eyes dimmed, but they quickly burned again. He looked at Dizang of Goguryeo in a crazed manner and roared, Shura! Roar! With a deafening roar, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was frightened by the two words Shura. Although not everyone had seen the Shura's might with their own eyes, they all knew how terrifying the Shura was from word of mouth. Seeing the Shura with their own eyes, the 10 kings of hell felt a chill in their hearts. They almost lost their minds as they stared at the figure in a daze. Among them, Song Jiangwang's expression was the worst. He had seen the Shura's might with his own eyes when he rushed to the 18 layers of hell. At that time, Dizang of Goguryeo had only barely suppressed him and won by a narrow margin. Now, how terrifying was the Shura's strength! He did not dare to imagine it, nor could he imagine it. However, the Shura had changed so much that he almost could not recognize him. The Shura used to be a colossus. Now he was about the same height as an ordinary person. However, the aura he exuded was terrifying, just as Song Jiangwang expected. Once the Shura appeared, the aura of heaven and earth changed. A strong wind rose from the ground and swept in all directions. Ah! The ghosts screamed and flew toward the Shura, as if they were going to be devoured and refined into a part of him. The Shura was born from the condensation of countless ghosts in the 18 layers of hell. These ghosts were like nourishment for him. The moment he appeared, he could not wait to cast a spell, as if he wanted to absorb all the ghosts into his body. This was a subconscious action without any thought at all. Evil creature! A thunderous roar exploded in the clear sky, shaking everyone's ears to the point of buzzing. Dizang of Goguryeo stared at the Shura like lightning. The Shura raised his head proudly. He was no longer the ignorant killing machine from before. When he saw the Dizang of Goguryeo, a hatred from the depths of his soul erupted like a volcano. The Shura's eyes flashed with a dark light, as if there were lightning and thunder. It was terrifying and horrifying. Who are you? The Shura did not recognize the Dizang of Goguryeo. He suppressed his anger and asked, hearing his clear and normal speech. Not only the 10 kings of hell, even the Dizang of Goguryeo was shocked. He pointed at him in disbelief. How can you speak? All along, Tang Zheng thought that the Dizang of Goguryeo knew the magical effects of the Ksitigarbha Sutra, especially the fact that it could awaken the Shura's intelligence. After all, the Dizang of Goguryeo had told him many times that he must recite the Ksitigarbha Sutra every day to suppress the Shura. From the looks of it, the Dizang of Goguryeo did not know that the Ksitigarbha Sutra had such an effect. It allowed the Shura to bid farewell to the killing machine and become a sentient individual. What's the fuss about my speech? I asked you first, who are you? Why do I want to beat you up whenever I see you? The Shura asked suspiciously. The Dizang of Goguryeo was sure that the Shura had gained intelligence. He looked at Tang Zheng and found that he was not surprised. It was obvious that he already knew about this. The key point was, how did the Shura gain intelligence? The Dizang of Goguryeo knew the dangers of the Shura. Once he gained intelligence, it was definitely not a good thing. His expression became serious. I am the Dizang of Goguryeo. The Dizang of Goguryeo said in a deep voice, "The Dizang of Goguryeo? Why do I hate you to the bone?" The Shura asked in confusion. He did not remember anything about the 18 layers of hell. The Dizang of Goguryeo's heart trembled. "Because you are an evil creature. I specifically suppressed you. Of course you would hate me." The Shura was furious. "You dare to suppress me!" He suddenly realized that he must have been suppressed by him before he gained intelligence. That was why he had such an unforgettable hatred. "Evil creature, if I don't suppress you, you will bring disaster to the world. How can I turn a blind eye to it?" The Dizang of Goguryeo said in a loud voice, "Bring disaster to the world." The Shura looked around and saw the living beings of the ghost realm. His eyes lit up as if he had seen an endless amount of delicious food. "Ha ha ha!" The Shura burst into laughter. "As you wish. I will absorb all of these ghosts for my own use." After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. A cold wind blew, and the reincarnated ghosts could not stand still and flew towards the Shura. It seemed that in the next second the ghosts would fall into the Shura's mouth and be refined into a part of him. "Stop!" Tang Zheng saw this and shouted to stop him. The Shura was startled and subconsciously stopped. He looked at Tang Zheng with displeasure. "You want to stop me too?" Tang Zheng said without hesitation. "Shura, I asked you to come out to deal with him, not these weak ghosts." When the Dizang of Goguryeo heard this, he could not help but look at Tang Zheng with approval. The Shura frowned and said sternly, "I will decide my own matters. How can you decide?" The balance between Tang Zheng and the Shura was very fragile. The Shura needed Tang Zheng to recite the Ksitigarbha Sutra to increase his intelligence, while Tang Zheng needed the Shura to help him fight against strong enemies. Once the Shura's intelligence increased to a certain level, or once Tang Zheng's strength increased to a certain level, he would not need the Shura's help. Then this balance would be broken. Both sides were very clear about this point, but no one pointed it out. After all, they still needed each other at the moment. Tang Zheng summoned the Shura because he had no other choice. His strength was not as good as the Dizang of Goguryeo. If he wanted to force the Dizang of Goguryeo to tell him the way to revive Li Shaotian, only the Shura could help him. But the Shura was also very uncontrollable, such as now. Tang Zheng's face was ashen. "Then, are you going to go back on our original agreement?" The Shura's heart shook. Only now did he remember that he still needed the Tang Zheng. If he angered him, it would not be good for him. The Shura coldly snorted and said, "Then let them go for now." As his voice fell, the angry wind calmed down. The ghosts fell to the ground in panic and retreated in panic. Dizang of Goguryeo saw all of this with his eyes. He was very puzzled about the agreement between the two. He wanted to know why the Shura had intelligence. "Tang Zheng, you still have a kind heart. You know that these ghosts are innocent." Dizang of Goguryeo said with a complicated expression. It was unknown whether it was praise or sarcasm. Tang Zheng had a clear conscience and said, "I just want to know the way to revive her. If you have misgivings about your great wish, you don't need to do it yourself. You just need to tell me the way." "Tang Zheng, why are you still so stubborn? Do you think that you can use the Shura to force me to tell you the way?" Dizang of Goguryeo asked back, "This is my only way. I can only try once." Tang Zheng was helpless. "Originally, I asked you to suppress the Shura, not to help him." Dizang of Goguryeo raised his voice and said, "You asked me to convert myself. I did as you said and recited the Ksitigarbha Sutra every day. The Ksitigarbha Sutra is indeed miraculous. It dissolved the ruthless aura on his body and at the same time gave him intelligence. It made him no longer a killing machine and had his own consciousness. It was equivalent to obtaining a new life." Tang Zheng said the truth. "What?" Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was shocked. Even though his heart was as calm as still water, When he heard the reason behind it, he couldn't help but feel his heart sway, and his face turned pale with shock. All of this was caused by the Ksitigarbha Sutra. It was true that he comprehended the Ksitigarbha Sutra, but the way of heaven contained within was not something that he could completely understand. Only now did he know that the Ksitigarbha Sutra could increase the Shura's intelligence. Could this be the way of heaven's intention? The 10 kings of hell were shocked by this news. They all looked at Dizon of Goguryeo and the Shura. The Shura was actually given all of this by the Ksitigarbha Sutra. This meant that Dizon of Goguryeo was partly responsible for the current situation. King Yenluo rolled his eyes and said, "As everyone knows, the Shura is the public enemy of the ghost realm. The reason why this evil creature became so strong was actually because of Dizon of Goguryeo." King Yenluo's eyes became brighter and brighter. "Dizon of Goguryeo, you keep saying that you are thinking for the ghost realm. But is this really for the ghost realm?" Everyone saw the scene just now clearly. The Shura wants to absorb all the ghosts in the ghost realm. This is equivalent to Dizon of Goguryeo helping the evildoer. Without a doubt, King Yenluo's questioning had ulterior motives and was very destructive. The other kings of hell nodded in agreement. They looked at Dizon of Goguryeo with eyes as sharp as knives. Chapter 1364. Dizon of Goguryeo's eyes changed as he stared at the Shura. Of course, he heard the meaning behind King Yama's words, but he didn't care. He was more interested in the Ksitigarbha Sutra that made the Shura gain intelligence. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "So that's how it is, that's how it is." The others were curious, not knowing what this so-called "so that's how it is" meant. "I really haven't comprehended all the essence of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Tangjung, you have unlocked another profound meaning of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. It was not in vain for me to pass on the Ksitigarbha Sutra to you," Dizon of Goguryeo said with emotion. Tangjung frowned and asked in surprise, "Aren't you worried that the Shura has gained intelligence?" Dizon of Goguryeo looked up to the sky and laughed. He chanted the name of Buddha and said, "All things have spirit. All living things are equal." This is one of the profound meanings of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Dizon of Goguryeo has unlocked the Shura's intelligence, which proves this. I can't be happier. Why would I be worried? Tangjung was stunned. From Dizon of Goguryeo's previous reaction, he thought that he would be angry, but now he was overthinking. He was indeed overthinking. Dizon of Goguryeo's lifelong pursuit was equality, so the Ksitigarbha Sutra he created was also based on this. The Ksitigarbha Sutra unlocking the Shura's intelligence proved this point. It was a recognition of all his hard work, so he was naturally happy. "Do you think the Shura can help you defeat me and then make me tell you the way to resurrect her?" Dizon of Goguryeo asked. Tangjung didn't answer, which was a tacit agreement. Dizon of Goguryeo smiled confidently and said, "Your wishful thinking is wrong. So what if the Shura has intelligence? He is only at the second level of the Mahayana realm. He is no match for me." Dizon of Goguryeo was able to see through the Shura's strength with just a glance, which made Tangjung very surprised. One had to know that in the past he did not have Shura's strength. However, Dizon of Goguryeo was different. This was enough to prove that Dizon of Goguryeo was much stronger than Shura. There was simply no chance of winning. However, Tangjung did not hesitate because he had no other choice. Shura did not retreat. Shura, who had always won every battle, would not retreat in front of Dizon of Goguryeo. He turned his head and glanced at him, saying, "You want me to defeat him? As you wish." Shwa. The Jura saber suddenly appeared and soared into the air. It hissed as it absorbed the yin chi in the air, turning into a huge black saber that seemed to be about to cut across the sky. Dizon of Goguryeo was interested and nodded seriously. "You are indeed much stronger than before." Dizon of Goguryeo stretched out his hand. The golden light soared into the air, enveloping his hand and then spreading to his whole body. After a while, he was completely bathed in the golden light. The golden light shone, and his appearance was solemn. He put his hands together and saw Shura's big hand pointing. The azure saber shot through the air, making a piercing sound. Dizang of Goguryeo was not in a hurry. He slowly pushed his hand forward, and the golden light flew from his palm. A golden swastika flew out from her palm, intertwining with the surrounding golden light. In an instant, half of the sky was dyed golden, sweeping away the haze of the ghost realm, giving people a feeling of bathing in the spring breeze. The azure saber lay across the sky, almost occupying half of the sky. The azure saber absorbed the yin qi of heaven and earth, and a vortex condensed on the saber, whistling in the wind. Shura waved his big hand downward, and the azure saber seemed to sense it and slashed downward. Whoosh! The air was torn in half, and the azure saber slashed down at the swastika from above. At this moment, the world was quiet, and only the sound of the wind and the air being torn apart was heard. Pairs of eyes were focused on the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rushed into everyone's ears. The ghost generals and ghost envoys fell to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their eyes dimmed. All the kings of hell also retreated, unwilling to face the aftermath of this attack head-on. Tang Zheng waved his hands in the air, and a black hole appeared, blocking in front of Li Shaotian. The aftermath of the attack was immediately swallowed by the black hole, and they were not hurt. But his expression was very serious. This level of battle was really terrifying. It was far more fierce than the battle between Shura and Saint King by 1,000 times. The azure saber shattered, turning into wisps of yin qi. The golden swastika held on for a while and turned into little golden light, flying toward Shura. It gathered again on top of his head and kept spinning. The golden light fell, and like a cover, it quickly shrouded Shura. Ah! Shura saw this, and he screamed in panic. He kicked his legs and slammed into the golden light. Clang! The golden light trembled, but it held on. Shura did not break the golden cover, and he used his fists and feet in vain and kept hitting the golden cover. In the end, he had to give up. Dizang of Goguryeo chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and golden Sanskrit words came out of his mouth, falling on the golden cover. The golden light shone brightly, and like a pocket, it quickly shrank inward and immediately pressed down on Shura. Shura raised his hands, trying to hold on with his hands, but as the golden Sanskrit words increased, it became harder for him to hold on. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva originally had a suppressive effect on the ghost realm, and the Asura's evil aura was refined by Tang Zheng, but the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva purposely used the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to suppress the Asura. Shura still had no room to resist. This scene deeply shocked the 10 kings of hell. They had seen Shura's attack, and they asked themselves, none of them was a match for Shura. Shura had broken through the difficult threshold and reached the Mahayana realm. However, none of the kings of hell had reached the Mahayana realm. King Yanluo and King Songjiang were only at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm, and were still a step away from the Mahayana realm. Even so, Shura was still defeated. He was defeated so thoroughly and so quickly. Even if the 10 kings of hell joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for Dizang of Goguryeo. This gap was not something that could be made up with numbers. Only then did they believe that Dizang of Goguryeo had surpassed them by too much and left them far behind. They found it hard to suppress their complicated emotions and surging emotions as they looked at Tang Zheng at the same time. He was the source of all this, so what should he do? Of course, Tang Zheng would not just watch as Di Luo was defeated. The Asura was his trump card. If he lost, then he would really be at his wit's end. I know the Ksitigarbha Sutra too. Tang Zheng rose into the air and flew above the golden light shield. He put his palms together and kept chanting the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Golden Sanskrit characters flew out of his mouth and flew toward the golden light shield. However, they were all Sanskrit characters, but they were controlled by different people, so they naturally became enemies. It was like different people could use the same technique to attack each other. The Ksitigarbha Sutra was no exception. Boom, boom, boom. The two Sanskrit characters kept attacking each other. Golden light scattered and dyed the surroundings golden. The 10 kings of hell retreated again and again. The power of this battle was terrifying, and they did not want to be affected. They were both the Ksitigarbha Sutra, but one was the creator, and the other was the successor. Unexpectedly, they kept fighting, and it was difficult to determine who was the winner. However, Tang Jing knew that all this was an illusion. Once Dizang of Goguryeo really exerted his strength, he would definitely not be a match. But he still did not give up. His golden Sanskrit characters tore a huge crack in the golden light shield. Shura excitedly roared and grew taller. The golden light shield on top of him creaked as if it was about to shatter. Dizang of Goguryeo put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha, saying, "Tang Zheng, you are indeed someone with great comprehension. In such a short time, you have such a deep understanding of the Ksitigarbha Sutra and reached such a level." With a change of topic, his voice became a bit sharper. He widened his eyes and pretended to be an angry Vajra. He said in a deep voice, "But if you want to use Ksitigarbha to fight against me, you are still far from enough." A few golden Sanskrit characters flew out of his mouth and intertwined in the air, forming a huge golden swastika character that fell from the sky. Tang Zheng chanted, and golden Sanskrit characters flew out of his mouth, but he was unable to turn them into golden Sanskrit characters. Obviously, that could only be done at a higher level. The golden Sanskrit characters flew towards the swastika character, but they shattered upon contact and turned into rays of golden light that scattered around Tang Zheng. The swastika character flew above Tang Zheng's head and scattered a golden light that turned into a golden light shield, covering both Tang Zheng and Shura. Roar! Shura finally tore apart the original golden light shield. Before he could fully extend his tall body, he found another golden light shield covering him and Shura. Light flashed in his hand, and the black Shura saber condensed into shape once again. Accompanied by his angry roar, he slashed at the golden light shield. Boom! The golden light shield trembled, but did not disintegrate. Instead, the Shura saber's light gradually dimmed. Tang Zheng's golden Sanskrit characters hit the golden light shield, but had no effect. However, he did not stop because stopping meant failure. Li Xiaoyan's eyes were red. Tang Zheng had sacrificed too much for her. He fought so desperately just to revive her. How could she not be moved by this? The golden light shield shrunk and compressed the space between Shura and Tang Zheng. The two of them were in a difficult situation, but could not break out. The golden light shield closed in on them. Boom! Boom! The two of them fell to the ground and were pressed down hard. They could not get up at all. They were already unable to move, and the only thing that could be heard was the sound of their heavy breathing, which sounded like bellows. Dizang of Goguryeo flew down and landed beside them. He looked down at them and read their thoughts from their unyielding eyes. "Are you still not convinced?" Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and endured the pressure. He used all his strength and said, "If you don't revive Li Xiaotian, I will not give in. I will not regret it even if I die." Stubborn. Dizang of Goguryeo shook his head and sighed. Tang Zheng was indeed stubborn. If he did not achieve his goal, he would not compromise. Dizang of Goguryeo looked at him again. The light of wisdom in his eyes was different from before. He could not help but feel gratified. "You have developed spiritual wisdom. You should distinguish good from evil and repent. This is true wisdom. You are stubborn. You don't know that the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you will be saved. You are too obsessed. Not good, not good." Dizon of Goguryeo sighed and stretched out his hand. The swastika flew from his palm to Tangjung. Chapter 1365. The swastika pierced through the golden barrier and landed on top of Tangjung's head. Boom! With a loud sound. It was as if the sky had collapsed, ruthlessly pressing down on Tangjung's body. He was completely sprawled on the ground, not even having the strength to gasp for breath. Ah, no! Li Xiaotian screamed involuntarily. She jumped in front of the golden barrier, feeling as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She reached out with both hands, trying to break through the golden barrier, but she was sent flying by a huge force, falling to the ground in a sorry state. She was already a wisp of a living soul. She no longer had the strength she had when she was alive, so she had no way of resisting this force. No. Seeing this, Tangjung screamed at the top of his lungs. Dizon of Goguryeo, don't hurt her. Dizon of Goguryeo floated in midair, golden light flickering. He glanced at Li Xiaotian and said, "Of course I won't hurt her. Miss, all life is equal, but you don't agree. Do you still insist on this view?" Li Xiaotian staggered up, looking up at Dizon of Goguryeo without the slightest fear. She said sternly, "Yes. All life cannot be absolutely equal." Dizon of Goguryeo sighed and shook his head, saying, "Silly child, you are the same as him." Pausing for a moment, Dizon of Goguryeo said to Tangjung, "Your obsession is too deep. If you don't concentrate on comprehending the Ksitigarbha Sutra, your obsession will increase day by day, and it will only harm your cultivation. I passed on the Ksitigarbha Sutra to you, so of course I won't let you fall into this path." Tangjung's heart moved. He asked, "What do you want to do?" Dizon of Goguryeo stared deeply at Tangjung, neither sad nor happy. He said solemnly, "I want you to concentrate on comprehending the Ksitigarbha Sutra. When you suddenly wake up, it will be the time for you to leave the sea of bitterness." Finished speaking, he flipped his palm. The swastika above Tangjung's head erupted with golden light, rumbling like thunder. Crack! The ground cracked open, revealing a bottomless pit. Before Tangjung could react, his body rapidly fell down. He tried to circulate his power to counteract the force of the fall, but to no avail. The ground healed bit by bit, and soon it was completely sealed, as if everything that had happened just now was just an illusion. If not for the fact that Tangjung had indeed disappeared, everyone would have thought that they had seen wrongly. "Tangjung!" Li Xiaotian screamed at the top of his lungs and pounced over, only to find that he missed. The golden barrier disappeared. Only Shura was left lying on the ground with difficulty. He stared at Dizon of Goguryeo fearfully. Li Xiaotian kept slapping the ground as if he wanted the crack to reappear, but it was all in vain. His voice was hoarse from crying, but he still couldn't get Tangjung to come back. She suddenly turned her head and rushed to Dizon of Goguryeo, begging, "Dizon of Goguryeo, I beg you, let him come back. I beg you, I will agree to any conditions. I don't want to be resurrected. I want to stay in the world of spirits and souls." All of this happened because of her, so one could imagine the self-blame and shame in her heart. Dizon of Goguryeo looked at her lightly. He went to the sea of suffering. If he can understand the true meaning of the Ksitigarbha Sutra, he can naturally leave the sea of suffering and return to your side. As for your resurrection, you can't be resurrected. No, I won't be resurrected. I beg you to let him return to the human world. He still has too many things to do, and many people need his protection. The human world was full of changes. If Tangjung was gone for too long, she really couldn't predict what would happen. Therefore, she had to think of a way to let Tangjung return to the human world. Dizon of Goguryeo didn't waver at all, saying, "This matter has been decided. There is no room for maneuver. If he wants to return to the human world as soon as possible, then the only way is to leave the sea of suffering as soon as possible. This is the right way." Seeing that he wouldn't budge no matter what, Li Xiaotian despaired and sat on the ground dispiritedly. She had never felt so helpless before. When the other kings of hell saw this scene, they were deeply shocked. They had always thought that Tang Zheng and Dizong of Goguryeo had a close relationship. They never expected that Dizong of Goguryeo would use a thunderous method to trap Tang Zheng. What was that huge crack just now? They didn't understand at all. Hearing Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's words, he was trapped in the sea of bitterness. But what kind of place was the sea of bitterness? They had never heard of it. They once again deeply felt the gap between them and Dizong of Goguryeo. They had originally planned to jump and resist, but at this moment they all wanted to retreat in their hearts. They looked at each other with ugly expressions. No one wanted to rush out and end up in the same state as Tang Zheng. The Shura lay on the ground with a golden shield on his head, unable to move. His gaze towards Dizong of Goguryeo was gradually filled with respect. The Shura didn't have his past memories and didn't know about the feud with Dizong of Goguryeo. However, he still regarded Dizong of Goguryeo as an enemy. Dizong of Goguryeo also looked at the Shura and said thoughtfully, "Shura, you originally didn't have intelligence, but the Ksitigarbha Sutra gave you intelligence. This is your opportunity. You are fated with the Ksitigarbha Sutra." Roar. The Shura wasn't interested in these words at all and roared hysterically. Dizong of Goguryeo saw this and shook his head slightly. "Your intelligence hasn't been fully awakened. You still can't understand the wonders of this opportunity. I don't blame you. During this period of time, I will properly convert you and get rid of the last bit of hostility in your body. That will be the time when you will truly be reborn." Dizong of Goguryeo wanted to convert the Shura. This was not an easy task. Back then, he didn't succeed. Now he had a sudden impulse. This wasn't difficult to understand. Back then, the Shura was a killing machine without intelligence. It wasn't easy to convert him. After all, converting a machine was like playing the lute to a cow. Now it was different. The Shura had intelligence. This could be converted. After all, with intelligence, he could think and receive information. "I don't want you to convert me. I'm fine." The Shura roared and kept struggling. Stubborn and stubborn. Dizong of Goguryeo shook his head and sighed. "But I won't let go of any target of conversion. This is to save you and also to save the common people." The Shura naturally didn't agree. He used all his tricks and tried to escape from Dizong of Goguryeo's hands. But it was to no avail. Dizong of Goguryeo no longer paid attention to the Shura. Instead, he turned his attention to the 10 kings of hell. When the 10 kings of hell saw his gaze turn to them, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Each and every one of their expressions became extremely unnatural. King Yanluo felt as if there was a blade on his back. He said resentfully, "Dizong of Goguryeo, don't misunderstand. This time it's all because of Tang Zheng. If he didn't try so hard to get us to find you, we wouldn't have come here. Yes, all of this is because of Tang Zheng." The other kings of hell nodded in agreement. Song Jiangwang, however, didn't say anything and remained silent. Dizong of Goguryeo looked at him curiously and asked, "Song Jiangwang, don't you have anything to say?" Song Jiangwang raised his head and met Dizong of Goguryeo's gaze. Although Dizong of Goguryeo's gaze was as calm and clear as a lake, it seemed to be able to see through his heart. It was as if he was standing naked in front of him without any secrets. It's true that all of this was Tang Zheng's idea. He only wanted to save people. However, everyone is still dissatisfied with your matter of saving all living beings. There's no doubt about this. Song Jiangwang took a deep breath and said in an earth-shattering manner, "What?" The other kings of hell turned pale with fright. "Song Jiangwang, are you kidding me? If you want to die, why do you want to drag the other kings of hell down with you? This is too unkind." Dizong of Goguryeo looked at him with interest and said, "Do you have any objections to my actions?" Song Jianguang mustered all the courage in his body. He had never felt so conflicted and nervous before, but he still insisted on his answer. Yes, what this young lady said makes a lot of sense. The wish of equality for all living beings may seem beautiful, but in reality it's like a castle in the air. Its foundation is unstable. Song Jianguang said firmly. Dizon of Goguryeo glanced at the dazed Li Xiaotian, and his expression changed. Song Jianguang, I didn't expect you to be the same as them. You're so shallow and stubborn. Song Jianguang shook his head. I don't think so. Normally, I would seek out advantages and avoid disadvantages. But this time, I don't know why, but when I saw this young lady disregard her own safety and speak her truest thoughts, I was deeply shocked. Dizon of Goguryeo raised his eyebrows in surprise. He obviously knew that Dizon of Goguryeo had always sought out advantages and avoided disadvantages. Now that the situation was clear, he actually spoke up for Li Xiaotian and opposed him. This was not a wise thing to do. The other kings of hell also looked at Song Jianguang. They felt that he had really gone crazy to say such words. Two pairs of eyes stared at each other. An invisible pressure spread out from where their eyes met, making it hard for them to breathe. Good, very good. After a long time, Dizon of Goguryeo clapped his hands and praised. In the ghost realm, there will always be a king of hell who is good at speaking out for justice and speaking from his heart. What? Dizon of Goguryeo actually praised Song Jianguang? Was there a mistake? He was the exact opposite of Dizon of Goguryeo, and he actually liked him. Wasn't this masochistic? Dizon of Goguryeo's foresight was not something they could guess. He did not care about their shocked gazes. He pointed at Song Jianguang, then at Li Xiaotian, who was lying on the ground, and said, If you don't believe me, then I will use my actions to prove it. From now on, the two of you will stay by my side and bear witness to everything. I will let you know that you are wrong, very wrong. Song Jianguang's expression was calm, but his heart suddenly jumped. He seemed to be supporting Li Xiaotian and opposing Dizon of Goguryeo. His integrity was commendable. In reality, this was a strategy he had come up with after careful consideration. It was not an action he made on a whim. Song Jianguang's wisdom and resourcefulness were not for show. When Tang Zheng disappeared into the crack, his mind was spinning rapidly, thinking of the most advantageous strategy for himself. He was certain that after this incident, Dizon of Goguryeo's patience with the 10 kings of hell would no longer exist. He would promote his beliefs with great fanfare and would not make a small fuss. This was a showdown with the kings of hell. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would not have a good ending. The position of the 10 kings of hell was in jeopardy. Song Jianguang had to think of a countermeasure as soon as possible. He indeed lived up to his name and came up with a countermeasure, which was to support Li Xiaotian. This way, he would be able to separate himself from the other kings of hell's camp. This was a risky move. Song Jianguang was gambling. If he gambled right, then he would succeed. If he gambled wrong, then he would be like the other kings of hell. There would be no worse outcome. Without a doubt, Song Jianguang gambled right. Dizon of Goguryeo allowed him and Li Xiaotian to bear witness to everything. This meant that Song Jianguang had successfully separated himself from the other kings of hell's camp. What would happen to the other kings of hell? Nothing good. Chapter 1366. Song Jianguang won the bet. The other kings of hell finally came back to their senses and shouted at him for being treacherous, glaring fiercely at Song Jianguang. Originally, they were still silently cursing Song Jianguang for courting death and secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Now it seemed that they were too short-sighted and didn't see that Song Jianguang was retreating in order to gain the upper hand. Dizon of Goguryeo didn't care about their little thoughts. His gaze was cold, and like a bolt of lightning, it fell on the 9th king of hell. In the past, I was worried about the stability of the ghost realm, so I didn't do anything to you. Now it seems that I was too kind. Dizon of Goguryo's words made the ninth king of hell turn pale with fright. He asked in shock, "What are you going to do?" "Of course it's to promote my ideas and achieve the ultimate state of equality," Dizon of Goguryo said in a deep voice, not giving them a chance to question or refute. No. Although he was afraid of Dizon of Goguryo's strength, King Yenluo was the first to stand up and oppose. The other kings of hell also cowered in agreement. They had vested interests, so how could they watch Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva destroy everything they had? "I have made up my mind. No one can stop me," Dizon of Goguryo said firmly. The kings of hell immediately fell silent and looked at each other. They didn't expect Dizon of Goguryo to change his original style and become so unyielding. They regretted it. If they didn't follow Tang Zheng, things wouldn't have turned out like this. At least the status quo could be maintained for a short period of time. What to do? What to do? The kings of hell were at a loss, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Although Song Jianguang was also very pained, after all, his interests would also be damaged. But he had one thing that the other kings of hell couldn't compare to. He was better at observing the situation and knew that this was the general trend and couldn't be stopped. He might as well give up everything he had now. Who said that he wouldn't have more in the future? As for Dizon of Goguryo's statement that all living beings were equal, he scoffed and did not believe it at all. Once the Dizon of Goguryo wanted to promote his ideas, he needed some people to implement them. This was the best opportunity for him to gain power again and create a new social class. He had to seize this opportunity. His future achievements would definitely surpass his current achievements, and all of the other Yama kings would be swept into the dust of history. None of the other Yama kings had considered this possibility at all. All of them were focused on the benefits that they could reap, and they were firmly protecting Chini, not wanting to be harmed in the slightest. Only by giving up could one gain something. They didn't know this at all. Dizon of Goguryo did not give them a chance to hesitate. He said, "I know what you are thinking. You must be thinking of ways to stop me, so much so that you would not hesitate to destabilize the world of spirits and souls, so that I would not dare to act rashly." The Yama kings were stunned. Their astonished eyes betrayed their true thoughts. Dizon of Goguryo saw through their thoughts and spoke their true thoughts. Dizon of Goguryo looked at them, and it was as he had guessed. With a swoosh, his solemn face became a little more fierce. "I will never tolerate you doing this. The world of spirits and souls must not be in chaos," Dizon of Goguryo said firmly. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's gaze swept across the faces of the Yama kings, one by one, before changing the topic and saying, "Tang Zheng's obsession is too deep and he does not know how to repent, but he has also done a good deed for me." What was it? Everyone's interest was piqued. Dizon of Goguryo pointed at the Yama kings and said, "He gathered all of you together so that you can't escape." "What do you mean?" The Yama kings' hearts skipped a beat. They had an ominous premonition. Dizon of Goguryo slowly flew towards the Yama kings. He looked down at them and said, "You have bad intentions. You have enslaved the world of spirits and souls for so many years. Who knows how many lives you have killed? Now you are thinking of ways to stop me. If I leave you alive, the world of spirits and souls will continue to fall." Although these words were short, they were filled with endless murderous intent. The Yama kings' hearts sank. Their faces became extremely ugly. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Song Jianguang still had a lingering fear in his heart. He had almost ended up in the same situation as them. He really had too much foresight. He gazed deeply at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and thought to himself, "I am no longer the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva of the past. I can fool him with a few words." Back then, Dizon of Goguryo swore that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. This was Song Jianguang's scheme. Now, using this trick to deal with him would not work at all. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's entire body glowed with a golden light. The solemn expression on his face faded, and he became incomparably fierce. Wherever his gaze passed, it was as if there was a powerful blade on his body, causing people to tremble in fear. The Yama Kings knew that something was wrong. They immediately turned around. As long as they left the Eye of Reincarnation and returned to their own territory, Dizon of Goguryeo wanted to deal with them, but he had to think twice. They had enough strength to disturb the peace of the world of spirits and souls. They cast spells one after another, trying to return to their own territory from the teleportation array. However, when they cast spells, the teleportation array did not even have the slightest fluctuation of mana. What's going on? They were shocked and looked at the teleportation array in disbelief. The next moment, they suddenly realized. They turned to look at Dizon of Goguryeo and said in horror, You did something? How simple is it to restrict a teleportation array? Dizon of Goguryeo said casually. They immediately understood that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had already made up his mind. They were like fish in a net. How could they escape? What should we do? They looked at each other. He doesn't want us to live. Then let's fight. The Yama Kings gritted their teeth and said fiercely, Fight! The Yama Kings had always been at the top of the pyramid of the world of spirits and souls. Ever since Dizon of Goguryeo appeared, they had been trembling with fear. They could fall off the high platform at any time. They had had enough of this kind of life. They had long wanted to resist, but their hearts were not united. No one stood up, so naturally they could not resist. It was different this time. Dizon of Goguryeo had already forced them to their doorstep and put a knife to their necks. If they did not resist, only death would await them. They had always been the ones to decide the fate of others. When had their own fate been controlled by others? Thus, they reached a tacit understanding in an instant. Even if the hope was slim, they had to fight. Otherwise, what was the difference between being robbed and dying? They really could not accept that a person who had always been in awe of them would be on equal footing with them in the future. This was even more uncomfortable than killing them. Dizon of Goguryeo shook his head and said sternly, Stubborn and unrepentant. He chanted the name of Buddha. He put his palms together and separated them again. A golden light flew out from between his palms. Whoosh! The golden light shot towards the 9 Yama Kings. The Yama Kings shouted one after another. Light suddenly appeared in their hands. 9 Yama Kings' seals flew into the air and fiercely smashed towards the golden light. With a rumble, the earth seemed to tremble. The golden light dissipated. The Yama Kings secretly cheered. Their confidence swelled. The combined strength of the 9 of them was not as weak as they thought. This attack was very sharp. They looked at each other and activated the Yama King's seals. Immediately, the Yama King's seals expanded and turned into 9 mountains. They pressed down on Dizon of Goguryeo. Dizon of Goguryeo's expression did not change. He chanted the Kitagarbha Sutra. Lines of golden Sanskrit words flowed out of his mouth and intertwined to form a huge swastika. This swastika was like a huge net flying towards the sky, as if it wanted to wrap around the 9 mountains. However, the difference in size between the 2 sides was too great. The swastika seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, but no one thought so. After all, they had just seen the power of the swastika. The Asura was still pressed to the ground and could not turn around. Boom! Another loud sound. Golden light overflowed, and the black light of Yama King's seals spread in all directions. Both sides seemed to be evenly matched in this attack. But the Yama Kings did not stop. They activated their powers. The Yama King's seals shone brightly and turned into a huge whirlpool. It was pitch black, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The Yama King's seals were the most powerful treasures of the Yama Kings. Not only did it turn into a mountain, it could also absorb souls. It was a powerful weapon for absorbing souls. The Yama King's seals turned into a whirlpool. The sky changed color and the wind howled. Whirlpools appeared out of thin air. Ah! Those ghosts who were waiting to be reincarnated screamed. They did not have any powers. How could they resist the Yamaking seals that were like their nemesis? Not only the ghosts, even the ghost generals and ghost messengers stationed here could not escape the same fate. They screamed and flew into the sky. The Yamakings did not stop. The Yamaking seals were aimed at Dizang of Goguryeo, trying to suck his soul into it. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's face suddenly darkened, and his anger gradually became apparent. He said, "You dare to disregard the souls of the innocent. What qualifications do you have to be the master of a region and command millions of lives?" The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's hand gestures changed. He formed a mudra with both hands. Boundless golden light was born from the mudra. Like the sun, it shot in all directions. Immediately, it illuminated this part of the gloomy sky. The golden light was too bright. It enveloped Dizang of Goguryeo completely. Suddenly, an even more intense golden light penetrated through. It overshadowed the original golden light. Everyone looked at it. The Kasaya on Dizang of Goguryeo flew up. It slowly rose into the sky. The golden light was dazzling. Dizang of Goguryeo pointed his finger. The Kasaya flew toward the Yamaking's gate. Dizang of Goguryeo's voice was like a huge bell. It rumbled, scarier than thunder. Vajra's glare, endless, Kasaya, kill! Dizang of Goguryeo's eyes widened in anger. He floated in the air without moving. However, the Kasaya moved. This Kasaya was called the Endless Kasaya. It was endless and boundless. Before the Yamakings could understand what was going on, the Kasaya flew above their heads. It even covered the whirlpool created by the Yamaking seal. The Kasaya did not look big. However, when it was spread out, it was really endless. It covered a large part of the sky above their heads. The whirlpool of the Yamaking seal was like a small dot in front of the Kasaya. What kind of treasure is this? They looked at each other in dismay, their hearts beating like drums. It was because the magical force transmitted from this endless monastic robe was too shocking. What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Let's fight. Seeing that the morale of the army was in chaos, the Yamakings could not bear to look at it. They quickly tried to boost their morale. These words were very effective. The Yamakings came to their senses. This was a battle with their backs to the river. They could only fight and not retreat. Kill. Chapter 1367. The King of Hell went all out and unleashed the greatest power of the King of Hell's seal. The infinite cassock was a sage artifact. It covered the sky and the earth with dazzling golden light. It did not give the King of Hell's seal a chance to unleash its power. The 9 vortexes seemed to be sucking the sky into them. Its power was terrifying. The infinite cassock's golden light was no less powerful than the vortexes. It completely enveloped the vortexes and descended. Boom! A tornado formed in the middle of the vortexes. Then, tornadoes flew out from the other vortexes. The sky was completely occupied by the 9 tornadoes covering the sky and the sun. Those ghosts were like duckweed, flying towards the terrifying tornadoes. Once they were sucked in, their souls would be destroyed. Thus, deafening screams resounded through the sky, making one's hair stand on end. Dizang of Goguryeo's eyes were wide open with anger. He chanted and his hand seals changed constantly. The infinite cassock was not afraid of the 9 tornadoes at all. Boom! Finally, a tornado struck the infinite monastic robe. The monastic robe fluttered and swayed, but it immediately stabilized. Golden light sprinkled down, and the black tornadoes were immediately dyed golden. The screams of the ghosts that were attracted stopped abruptly. Their eyes became extremely calm. Although the King of Hell's seal was still unleashing its power, it seemed that in their eyes, the King of Hell's seal was not scary at all. The tornadoes were completely dyed golden by the golden light. They shone brightly, and the speed of the tornadoes decreased sharply. Crack! With a crisp sound, cracks appeared on the tornadoes. They spread rapidly and soon covered the entire tornadoes. In the end, the tornado exploded with a loud bang, turning into specks of golden light that drifted in the air. The ghosts that were attracted to the King of Hell's seal were freed and cheered. The tornadoes were connected to the King of Hell's seal. When the tornadoes shattered, the terrifying power spread directly to the King of Hell's seal. Crack! The heaven-grade King of Hell's seal flashed, and a crack appeared on it. Finally, in the dazzling light, the King of Hell's seal broke into two and was completely destroyed. Uft! A King of Hell spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became dispirited. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. Upon seeing this, the other Yama Kings roared as they frantically activated their Yama seals in an attempt to save Chinya's life. However, rays of golden light fell from the infinite monastic robe. In an instant, the world was completely occupied by the golden light, especially the 8 golden pillars of light that descended from the sky. The energy they contained was awe-inspiring. The 8 golden lights and the 8 tornadoes attacked each other, and the tornadoes were completely dyed gold in a short while. With the previous example, the kings of hell immediately understood that they were no match for Dizong of Goguryeo. Their confidence just now was just self-deception. What should we do? The Yama kings glanced at one another, unable to come up with a suitable answer. No one said anything because they had already realized that this was a matter of life and death. Before they could make up their minds, Dizon of Goguryeo had already made up his mind. He chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and the endless cassock shone with golden light. The 8 tornadoes were completely dyed golden and exploded. The tornadoes disappeared, and the 8 Yama seals were destroyed along with them. The heaven-grade treasures, the most precious treasures of the kings of hell, were defeated in less than 10 minutes by the infinite monastic robe. Furthermore, those treasures were completely removed from the stage. Puff, puff, puff! The kings of hell vomited blood one after another, as if they were about to vomit out their internal organs. Their faces were as pale as paper as they looked at the infinite monastic robe in the sky in disbelief. The infinite monastic robe was slowly descending. Without the resistance of the Yama seals, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. One could imagine how they felt. Song Jiangwang was completely shocked by this scene. He was subdued by Dizon of Goguryeo's cultivation. He had a lingering fear, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. If he had stubbornly persisted, or if he had not won the bet, would he have suffered the same fate as these kings of hell? There were no ifs in everything. He had almost walked through the gates of hell, and his soul had almost been destroyed. Song Jiangwang's mouth trembled a few times. He looked at Dizon of Goguryeo with more and more fear in his eyes. One by one, the kings of hell vomited blood, and their auras became very weak. Looking at the infinite monastic robe descending from the sky, they felt as if there was a knife hanging over their necks that could fall and take their lives at any time. They could not care less about their injuries. Without the Yama seals, they still had a lot of abilities. Although they were not as powerful as the Yama seals, their power was still not to be underestimated. Thus, the 9 kings of hell formed seals and cast spells. A terrifying, gloomy aura spread out from their bodies. Not long after, these auras merged together and turned into a huge, ferocious ghost head. This ghost head seemed to occupy half the sky. It was several times larger than the mountain that the Yama seals had turned into. At a glance, it felt very small. The infinite monastic robe bloomed with golden light. Its aura did not diminish as it quickly descended. Roar! The ghost head roared at the sky. Energy surged as if it was going to devour everything in the world. Dizon of Goguryeo's expression did not change. He did not take this terrifying scene seriously at all. He chanted, and the mysterious Ksitigarbha Sutra spurted out from his mouth. It turned into golden Sanskrit words and flew onto the infinite monastic robe. Immediately, the infinite monastic robe shone brightly. Its speed of descent increased greatly, and it collided head-on with the ghost head. The infinite monastic robe shrank inwards and immediately wrapped around the ghost head. The sinister and terrifying energy was immediately covered by the golden light. Bang, bang, bang. The ghost head was struggling in the monastic robe. It kept crashing and trying to break out. However, all of its efforts were in vain. The infinite monastic robe's golden light was too dazzling. It was not something that the ghost head could break through. When the kings of hell saw this, their hearts immediately fell into a bottomless abyss. Their weak auras became hurried, and they panted like a cow. Kill! Suddenly, one of the kings of hell shouted and rushed toward the infinite monastic robe without caring about his own safety. Bang! A ray of golden light shot out from the infinite monastic robe and hit the king of hell. A huge black hole appeared in the king of hell's chest, and he flew out like a cannonball. While he was still in midair, his eyes were staring at his chest in disbelief. There were bits and pieces of golden light in the black hole. The golden light spread in all directions. Soon, the king of hell's body was completely covered by the golden light, and he turned into a golden man. Crack! A crack spread from the inside out to the outside of his body. Soon, the cracks covered his entire body. In the end, he shattered into pieces of golden light and scattered in all directions. The other kings of hell looked as if they were struck by lightning. They looked at this scene in a daze, as if they did not expect their comrade to be so weak. The kings of hell were fighting with their backs to the wall. The pressure they were under was already extremely great. This scene was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Fear quickly spread in their hearts. He really dares to kill us? This thought appeared in the kings of hell's mind. If they still had a trace of hope before, this scene clearly told them that Dizon of Goguryeo really wanted to kill them. Chapter 1368. The kings of hell panicked as fear weighed down on their hearts. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and gave up on attacking, shouting, "Dizon of Goguryeo, I surrender. I will turn back from the sea of bitterness. Please let me go." "Yes, I surrender as well." Several kings of hell surrendered one after another. Although they were usually high and mighty, they were not as powerful as they had imagined. Seeing this, King Yama was both embarrassed and angry. He roared in a low voice, "Are you still king of hell? You're actually begging for mercy. Where's your status? Where's your courage? If you lose your life, what's the value of your status and courage?" A king of hell resentfully retorted. King Yama was speechless. He had no way of stopping others, but he could choose to stand. Even if he died, he would still die standing. After all, he was the leader of the 10 kings of hell. There was a big difference between him and the other kings of hell. He stood proudly and stared straight at Dizon of Goguryeo, saying, "If you want to take everything from me, you have to step over my corpse." Dizon of Goguryeo did not answer him. Instead, he lightly flew towards him. He stretched out his hand, and a golden light blossomed from his fingertips. The light was so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Everyone looked at the golden light, and the shock and fear in their hearts increased. They couldn't help but lower their heads. So. Golden light suddenly appeared and flew out, dyeing the sky golden. Puff, puff, puff. Rays of golden light entered their bodies, and blood splattered everywhere. A few figures shook violently as their eyes were filled with disbelief. Dizon of Goguryeo, one by one, weak voices sounded out and then stopped abruptly. Then the sound of people falling to the ground rang out one after another. Dizon of Goguryeo looked at all of this indifferently and said calmly, "The sea of bitterness is boundless. Not everyone can turn back. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha? This is just your wishful thinking." The Yama King stared at the fallen Yama Kings around him. The shock in his heart was truly unimaginable. If it wasn't for the last bit of courage supporting him, he would have already collapsed to the ground. Why did you kill them? The king Yenluo stammered as he finally asked the question in his heart. Dizon of Goguryeo looked at him deeply and said, You have enslaved the ghost realm for so many years, and now you want to lay down your butcher's knife? Not only will I not agree to it, but the living beings of the ghost world will also never agree to it. The king of hell felt a chill in his heart as he impatiently asked, Didn't you say that the sea of bitterness is boundless and that repentance is the shore? You are not qualified. Dizong of Goguryo's expression did not change, and his hand shone with a bright golden light again. The Yama king instantly felt the threat of death. His expression drastically changed as he spoke. You even want to kill me? Are you any different from them? Dizong of Goguryo asked. The Yama king was speechless. He was truly no different from the other Yama kings. In fact, his deeds far surpassed theirs. Therefore, he did not have any special privileges. Suddenly, his gaze turned and saw Song Jianguang, who was safe and sound. His heart trembled as he pointed at him and asked, Then what about Song Jianguang? Dizon of Goguryo glanced at Song Jianguang from the corner of his eye. Song Jianguang's expression changed drastically as he cursed the king of hell in his heart. He was about to die, yet he still didn't stop and wanted to drag him down. He hurriedly wanted to explain and separate himself from the Dizong of Goguryo. However, he heard Dizong of Goguryo faintly say, He is no different from you. It's just that he has a little cleverness, so he doesn't have to die for the time being. Why? The king of hell was furious. This is not fair. Didn't you say that all living things are equal? Of course it's fair. Dizon of Goguryo retorted. His sins are almost the same as yours, but he doesn't believe in my ideals. Therefore, I will let him witness my success and let him know that he is wrong. In the future, he will follow in your footsteps and tell you that he is wrong. Moreover, he is very wrong. What? Song Jianguang turned pale with fright as he screamed. He had always thought that he was lucky enough to escape this calamity, but he didn't expect that his thinking was too beautiful. His little thoughts didn't escape the eyes of Dizong of Goguryo at all. In other words, Dizong of Goguryo didn't care about his little thoughts at all, because he already had a plan. When the king of hell heard this, he revealed a smile and looked at Song Jianguang mockingly, as if saying, You betrayed us, but you still have to die. This is your fate. Song Jianguang's expression became extremely ugly. The sharp sword hanging above his head still didn't disappear. Once Dizong of Goguryo succeeded in transforming the ghost realm, it would be the time of his death. Song Jianguang, I'll wait for you. The king of hell smiled mockingly at Song Jianguang, then looked at the king of hell and said resolutely, You don't need to do anything. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the king of hell exploded, turning into strands of yin qi as his soul scattered. Of the 10 kings of hell, only Song Jianguang was left. Song Jianguang stood in place in a daze, as if he could also smell the scent of death. He looked at the strands of yin qi in a daze. No, I can't give up just like this. I have to survive. Dizon of Goguryo vowed that when he succeeds, it will be the time of my death. If he never succeeds, then I won't die. Song Jianguang had a flash of inspiration and immediately found a flaw, regaining his vitality. Dizon of Goguryo's gaze turned and walked towards the Asura, saying, Asura, your intelligence has been awakened. I will convert you. Roar. The Asura roared, expressing his anger. Dizon of Goguryo acted as if he didn't see it and said, In the future, you will thank me. With that, a golden light flashed and the endless Kasaya descended from the sky, wrapping around the Asura. With a flash of golden light, the Asura disappeared. The endless Kasaya flew back to Dizon of Goguryo. Wearing the Kasaya, it shone with a golden light, making people unable to look at it directly. Dizong of Goguryeo ignored the Azura and faced Li Xiaotian, saying, "Now you will witness my success." Li Xiaotian stubbornly raised his head. His tears had long since dried up as he stared straight at Dizong of Goguryeo. His unyielding attitude was obvious. Dizong of Goguryeo didn't care. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiaotian flew up lightly and entered the teleportation array with him. Song Jiangwang seemed to have awoken from a dream and quickly chased after them. With a flash of light, the teleportation array opened and the three disappeared. Tang Zheng fell as if there was no end. After an unknown period of time, there was finally a glimmer of light in front of him. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as he fell into the water. He suddenly held his breath and popped his head out of the water. Where is this? He hurriedly looked around. There was no end, it was all water. He didn't know where the end was. It seemed to be bigger than the sea he had seen before. Maybe I can see the whole picture if I fly up to the sky. He had an idea. He urged his mana and tried to fly up. Splash! A series of water splashed everywhere, but he couldn't fly up. It used to be an easy task, but now it was impossible. What was going on? He looked around blankly. His hands flapped in the water. There seemed to be a force of attraction in the water, firmly binding him, making him unable to break out of the water. He couldn't help but think of the river Styx. Nothing in the river Styx could float. It was full of strangeness, just like the water. Obviously, this wasn't the river Styx, because he could float. He forced his brain to calm down and carefully analyzed his situation. Dizon of Goguryeo made a crack in the ground, and then he fell through the crack. This is the depths of the ghost realm? The ghost realm doesn't have magma like the human world, but it's such a desert? He didn't know that this was the sea of bitterness that Dizon of Goguryeo mentioned. Dizon of Goguryeo had been in the 18 layers of hell for countless years. The 18 layers of hell was the deepest place in the ghost realm, and it was also the closest to the earth's core. When Dizon of Goguryeo mastered his technique, he sensed that there was such a boundless ocean in the depths of the earth's core. The ocean was as big as the ghost realm. Dizon of Goguryeo named this ocean as the Sea of Bitterness. Moreover, he used his supreme magical power to support the Sea of Bitterness and set up layers of restrictions. Other than him, no one could reach the Sea of Bitterness. In addition, once someone was trapped in the Sea of Bitterness, they would wander in this boundless Sea of Bitterness, alone and without anyone to rely on, as if they were abandoned by the world. The only way to leave the Sea of Bitterness was to turn back. This turning back was not just to twist one's neck and look back, but it had a deeper meaning. The Sea of Misery was augmented by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine ability. Only by comprehending the profound meaning augmented by the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and comprehending its essence could one truly turn back. Only then would one be able to break through the restriction and return to the surface. Tang Zheng still didn't know all this. After analyzing it, he still couldn't figure it out. So he simply swam in the Sea of Bitterness. He didn't believe that this Sea of Bitterness had no end. As long as he found the end, he might be able to find a way to leave this place. At the same time, he had a lot of complaints about Dizon of Goguryeo in his heart. What was the purpose of trapping him here and falling to the ground? What would he do to Li Xiaotian? He shouldn't hurt Li Xiaotian. Tang Zheng pondered nervously. I must leave here as soon as possible and save her. As he swam, he urged his power, trying to break free from the restraint of the seawater. His power was running freely, but he still couldn't get out of the seawater. This made him very upset, but he also understood that this Sea of Bitterness was definitely not as simple as he thought. Swim, swim, swim without knowing where the end was. He swam tirelessly as if he wanted to keep swimming until he died. Tang Zheng was already numb. He didn't remember how long he had swam, but he still couldn't see the shore. He stopped dispiritedly, wanting to cry, but having no tears. This must be a spell. As long as I break this spell, I might be able to escape. Tang Jiang thought to himself, but he didn't give up. It was easy to say, but easier said than done. He held his head and racked his brains, but only managed to figure out a little. This sea of bitterness probably had no end, which meant that there was no shore. It was just like what Dizang of Goguryeo said. The sea of bitterness had no end. The sea of bitterness has no end. His heart trembled, and his eyes lit up a little. He remembered that Dizang of Goguryeo had been rambling on about how the sea of bitterness had no end, and turning back was the shore. Could this be the sea of bitterness? He thought for a while, and was sure that his guess was probably not far from the truth. The sea of bitterness has no end, and turning back was the shore. He suddenly turned his head back. Where was the shore? It was still the endless sea. Chapter 1369. Anger, helplessness, hesitation, pain. All kinds of emotions tormented Tang Jiang. Fortunately, his nerves were strong enough. Otherwise, in this desolate place, he would have broken down. He had someone he cared about in his heart, so naturally he would not break down so easily. He had to find a way to leave this damned place. He had already tried many methods, but none of them worked. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. He kept repeating the sentence, certain that the mystery was in this sentence. But how to turn back was a big problem. Could the answer be in the Ksitigarbha Sutra? He had an idea, and his mouth naturally began to recite the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Sanskrit after Sanskrit words came out of his mouth. The golden light emitted by the Sanskrit words dyed the sea of bitterness golden. The golden light rippled, as if he was in a golden world. The Ksitigarbha Sutra was recited over and over again. More and more Sanskrit words appeared, falling into the sea and disappearing. He was very familiar with the Ksitigarbha Sutra. As the saying goes, reading 100 times will reveal its meaning. When he recited the Ksitigarbha Sutra over and over again, he was more and more convinced that the Ksitigarbha Sutra was the key to leaving the sea of bitterness. He recited the Ksitigarbha Sutra tirelessly. More and more Sanskrit words flew out of his mouth, surrounding his entire body. After a while, he became a golden man, completely surrounded by Sanskrit words, shining with golden light. He simply closed his eyes, but he saw the golden light penetrate his skin bit by bit, drilling into his body. His body only had one main meridian. The 8 main meridians were completely destroyed. His body structure was very different from ordinary people. The golden light penetrated his skin, muscles, and bones, and merged into the only main meridian left. After a while, the main meridian was also dyed in gold. Boom! Suddenly, the energy in the meridian became violent. Back then, he absorbed the energy of the 9 souls of the Golden Crow. Although with Li Xiaoqian's pure yin energy, he succeeded in harmonizing the pure yang energy. But this energy was not completely refined. It was only temporarily stored in the body. When the golden light rushed in, it clashed with the energy, and both sides became restless. The 2 energies clashed, both trying to suppress the other. Tang Jiang let out a low roar of pain. Of course, he wouldn't just stand by and watch them run amok. He immediately urged his true qi and aggressively rushed over. The 3 energies clashed and entangled with each other, and the situation immediately changed dramatically. The true energy and the Golden Crow energy did not repel each other. Instead, they cooperated with each other. The Golden Crow energy threw away its armor and fled in all directions. The 2 energies chased after each other, refining the Golden Crow's energy. The Golden Crow's energy fled even faster, but the meridians were only so big. In the end, the Golden Crow's energy could not escape. The refined Golden Crow energy turned into 2 types of energy. One was true energy, and the other was golden energy. This golden energy was born from the Ksitigarbha Sutra. It was a type of Buddhist energy. As it increased, the golden light on Tang Zheng's body became more and more intense. Tang Zheng's cultivation had already reached the 9th stage of the divine transformation realm. He was only one step away from the great realization realm. As the true energy in his body increased, there were signs of him breaking through this threshold. He was extremely happy. This was really a blessing in disguise. Although he was trapped in the sea of suffering, if his cultivation improved, there was no doubt that he would have a greater chance of escaping this sea of suffering. However, his joy did not last long. This was because when the true energy increased and seemed to be about to break through the limit, the golden energy suddenly exploded. It actually suppressed the true energy, causing it to be unable to grow any further. On the contrary, the golden energy seemed to have gone crazy as it rapidly grew. In an instant, Tang Zheng's internal organs and 8 extraordinary meridians were completely occupied by the golden energy. The true energy and the golden crow's energy were all pushed to a corner. Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was the golden energy so strong? He hurriedly urged his energy, and the ancient clear heaven scroll quickly began to circulate. At the same time, the heavenly book also began to circulate quietly. The ancient clear heaven scroll was the general outline of the heavenly book. When the ancient clear heaven scroll was completed, the heavenly book would naturally circulate in succession. The heavenly book was a supreme technique that allowed one to peek into the heavenly Tao and become a heavenly emperor. It was a technique that only the heavenly emperors of each generation could cultivate. Its power could be imagined. Suddenly, the true energy seemed to have changed, and it actually stopped the trend of being defeated. With the circulation of the heavenly book, the power of the true energy increased greatly. It actually counterattacked and forced the golden energy to stop. The two completely different energies went from cooperating to confronting each other. All of these changes were too mysterious. Tang Zheng was dazzled. For a moment, he could not guess the profound meaning of this change or what it meant. However, the true energy had stopped the trend of being defeated, which made him very relieved. After all, this was the result of his countless years of cultivation. Of course, he did not want to be defeated by the golden energy. He did not know that these two completely different energies were of different attributes. The true energy belonged to the heavenly way, which was abbreviated as Tao energy. The other was the power of Buddhism, which was abbreviated as Buddhist energy. The Buddhist energy and the Tao energy seemed to directly regard each other as opponents. They were confronting each other and did not give in at all. They both wanted to defeat each other. This was also because Tang Zheng was big enough and did not investigate the reason. If the Dizang of Goguryeo saw this scene, he would definitely investigate deeply. It turned out that Tao and Buddhism were incompatible. When the Tao energy and the Buddhist energy collided, they both refined the golden crow's energy and replenished themselves. Tang Zheng's body became the battlefield. For a moment, his mind was completely immersed, as if he had forgotten that he was in a sea of suffering. In the world of spirits and souls, earth-shaking changes were happening rapidly. When the Dizang of Goguryeo returned again, everything had changed. He was no longer silently delivering all living beings. Instead, he was making a big fuss. Although Song Jiangwang's little trick was seen through, the Dizang of Goguryeo still selflessly gave him the power to become the right-hand man of the Dizang of Goguryeo. Song Jiangwang became his emissary to deliver all living beings from torment. Wherever the emissary went, the power of Buddha rippled, and batch after batch of ghosts were converted, becoming the most loyal followers of Ksitigarbha. Li Xiaotian looked on coldly, as if all of this had nothing to do with her. However, the Dizang of Goguryeo did not want her to stay out of it. He actually taught her the Ksitigarbha Sutra and made her an emissary to spread his beliefs and Buddhism for him. Li Xiaotian originally refused, But when she thought about how she was now weak and was just a ghost, if she did not cultivate, she would not be able to help Tangjung. Therefore, she changed her mind and practiced the Ksitigarbha Sutra diligently. The Dizon of Goguryeo did not hide anything. He guided her in the cultivation of the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. The Ksitigarbha Sutra was not the same as ordinary cultivation techniques. It focused on epiphany. Before epiphany, there was no specific cultivation level. Once epiphany, powerful cultivation would come uninvited. This was just like the Dizon of Goguryeo, who directly advanced to the Mahayana realm after an epiphany. Although Li Shaotian cultivated the Ksitigarbha Sutra, she did not work for the Dizon of Goguryeo in good faith. She did not do her best to spread Buddhism for him. On the contrary, the followers of the Dizon of Goguryeo who followed her spared no effort in spreading the news. She was like a bystander, witnessing the increase of the Dizon of Goguryeo's followers little by little. Many a little makes a mickle, and water makes a sea. These followers gathered into an ocean, and the belief that all living beings were equal was deeply rooted in their hearts. This spread was very successful. Without the obstruction of the 10 kings of hell, it was almost like a spark of fire starting a prairie fire. Li Shaotian witnessed all of this, but her belief was not shaken in the slightest. All of this seemed to indicate that in the next moment, all living beings would be equal in the world of spirits and souls, and everyone would be followers of the Dizon of Goguryeo. Song Jiangwang was in despair. It seemed that he had underestimated the influence of the Dizon of Goguryeo and the power of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Once the spread was complete, his life would come to an end. However, he was helpless. Under the eyes of the followers of the Dizon of Goguryeo, there was no way to stop all of this. Even slacking off would not have much effect. The Dizon of Goguryeo seemed to believe that success was imminent. However, things did not go as planned, and a turning point appeared. An opposing force appeared out of nowhere. This force not only had vested interests in the original world of spirits and souls, but also the most ordinary ghost citizens. The world of spirits and souls did not only have vested interests like the 10 kings of hell, but there were vested interests in every class. Although most of them were converted, a small number of them finally chose to rebel. This rebel force and the converted force had a fierce confrontation, and both sides suffered casualties. This immediately thwarted the Dizon of Goguryeo's plan. This was also like a spark of fire. At the beginning, other rebel forces also emerged and fought fiercely with the followers. The world of spirits and souls was in chaos. This was completely beyond the expectations of the Dizon of Goguryeo. However, he was not angry because he firmly believed that the rebel forces were just a flash in the pan, and he would eventually achieve the final victory. He had to achieve the final victory. Song Jiangwang was overjoyed. He almost jumped up and cheered. This was what he had dreamt of. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the resistance forces could hold on a little longer and not be destroyed by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. In fact, Song Jiangwang did not believe that the rebel forces would be useful. At most, they were just stalling for time. As long as the Dizon of Goguryeo struck, they would definitely fall apart and suffer a crushing defeat. Li Shaotian was different. When she heard about the rebel forces, her heart was set. This meant that her judgment was the same. No matter how powerful the Dizon of Goguryeo was, it was impossible for him to convert every single one of them and destroy every single rebel force. Humans were different individuals and had their own personalities. The world of spirits and souls was no exception. Therefore, to unify everyone's thoughts, there might be a certain degree of success, but it would never be a complete success. This was a truth that went against the laws and human nature, and had been tested by countless history. Li Shaotian cultivated the Ksitigarbha Sutra. She did not believe in the philosophy of the Dizon of Goguryeo, but she did not reject the Ksitigarbha Sutra. The Ksitigarbha Sutra was a scripture, and naturally it was all-inclusive. It also had the concept of salvation and equality. She absorbed it selectively and actually benefited a lot. The Dizang of Goguryeo did not sit idly by. He saw that there were more and more signs of resistance, especially in the wilderness outside the cities. There were especially many rebel forces. Chapter 1371. The Heavenly Realm. A cheer rang out in this world. Tang Zheng hesitated for a long time before finally naming this new world. A deep sense of pride arose spontaneously. This was his world. He was the creator of this world, the well-deserved god of this world. In the future, when my skills improve, I must make this world full of vitality. Not just some grass, but all kinds of spirit beasts and immortal herbs. Perhaps my people can also live in this world. No one can threaten them. This thought was deeply rooted in the depths of his mind, causing his heart to palpitate. If this was really realized, then he could keep the enemy out. This world opened this door because of the combination of the sky-devouring technique and the heavenly book. The heavenly book is not under my control. Since the Emperor of Heaven and Li Shaotian both know it, I must not leak the sky-devouring technique. Otherwise, the enemy can also come to the heavenly realm by combining these two techniques. Then, I won't be the only one who controls the heavenly realm. Tang Zheng was very smart. He immediately thought of this key point and became deeply vigilant. The most important part of the sky-devouring technique was hidden in the Langya Pavilion. Other than the Dragon Clan, humans could not enter at all. This ensured that he was the only one who could truly cultivate the sky-devouring technique. He could barely suppress his excitement, unable to explore more information about the heavenly realm. His divine sense simply returned to the real world. In the sea of bitterness, he floated in the sea. Golden and green light mixed all over his body. The green light was the light emitted by his vital qi. It formed a sharp contrast with the golden light emitted by the Buddhist power. In the 9th main meridian, the confrontation between the Buddhist power and the Tao power had reached a white-hot stage. No one was giving in to the other. They had completely refined the energy of the Golden Crow's soul and made it a part of them. This caused Tang Zheng to still be stuck at the threshold of the Mahayana realm. The Buddhist power and the Tao power were almost the same. Both had reached the 9th stage of the divine transformation realm. However, because neither side had broken through, Tang Zheng's cultivation did not increase. However, in the dark, Tang Zheng had a clear feeling that his strength was increasing. When he activated the heavenly book, the Tao power, which was his vital qi, flowed freely. When he chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra, the Buddhist power was also like an arm. The two energies actually obeyed his command. These two completely different energies coexisted in his body, creating a strange scene. When Dizang of Goguryeo imparted the Ksitigarbha Sutra to him, he never dreamed that such a scene would occur. Dizang of Goguryeo was very confident in his Ksitigarbha Sutra. He believed that if Tang Zheng recited the Ksitigarbha Sutra day and night, he would definitely be influenced by the sutra and be converted. This so-called enlightenment was a change from the inside to the outside. The consciousness would change, and the body would also undergo earth-shattering changes. The true qi that he had cultivated for many years would be converted into Buddhist power by the Ksitigarbha meridians. This was a secret that many people did not know about. Dizang of Goguryeo did not point it out either. Dizang of Goguryeo had always believed that his Ksitigarbha Sutra was the true essence of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was only natural for him to convert other powers. Furthermore, it was a matter of great benefit to Tang Zheng. This was a benefit to Tang Zheng, not a harm to him. Therefore, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had a kind heart. Dizang of Goguryeo definitely did not expect that Tang Zheng would coincidentally obtain a supreme technique, the heavenly book, which could actually be on par with the Ksitigarbha Sutra. As a result, a huge balance appeared in Tang Zheng's body, allowing the two energies to coexist. Of course, This coexistence was not a peaceful coexistence. It was a confrontation. However, no one could do anything to the other. Tang Zheng did not have the mood to think about this. After seeing the two energies go through a white-hot confrontation, they still could not do anything to each other. They actually gradually subsided. He simply ignored them. After all, they could not hurt him for the time being. All his thoughts were on the sea of bitterness. If he could get out of this sea of bitterness, that was the most important thing. Previously, he thought that the Ksitigarbha Sutra was the key to getting out of this sea of bitterness. Now, it seemed that he was too optimistic. Although the Ksitigarbha Sutra had brought about many changes, it did not allow him to escape from this hellish place. Looking at the vast sea of bitterness, he was almost desperate. Whether it was the heavenly book or the Ksitigarbha Sutra, there was no way out. Was he really going to be trapped in the sea of bitterness forever? Li Xiaotian was still waiting for him to save her. If he did not appear, what if something bad happened to her? Even if she was safe, what if she was reincarnated? If she drank Meng Po's soup and reincarnated, then what was the use of him finding her? What if she was reincarnated as a man? Did he still have to love a man? He struggled in the sea of bitterness in distress. Time flew by, and he was at his wit's end. The human world changed too quickly. In the world of spirits and souls, the storm had not yet subsided. Instead, it was becoming more and more intense. However, Dizon of Goguryu's supernatural power was unparalleled. In the end, he suppressed most of the resistance forces, leaving only a small group of resistance forces to hide. Li Xiaotian followed Dizon of Goguryeo to fight in the north and south. Her footprints almost measured every corner of the world of spirits and souls. The vastness of the world of spirits and souls was difficult to cover in a word. After she had seen so much, her state of mind had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, she was resourceful and farsighted. She thought of what others thought, and even thought of things that others did not. Now, she could almost be called a demon. Her wisdom was so profound that it made people tremble in fear. She had advised Dizon of Goguryeo several times and analyzed the situation. Compared to Dizon of Goguryeo, she was even better. This made Dizon of Goguryeo look at her in a new light. Song Jiangwang, who had always thought of himself as wise and responsible, saw this scene. He suddenly felt like the waves behind the Yangtze River slapped the front on the beach. His role seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. However, Dizon of Goguryeo still did not deprive him of his identity as an emissary. It seemed that he wanted him to witness Dizon of Goguryeo's success wholeheartedly. Li Xiaotian did not pledge allegiance to Dizon of Goguryeo. She still insisted on her beliefs. However, she practiced her strategy in actual combat and gained a lot. The world of spirits and souls was equivalent to a battlefield for her to practice. However, she was certain that no matter how powerful her strategy was, no matter how powerful it was, it would not be able to completely extinguish the flames of resistance. In fact, it was true. She occasionally missed Tang Zheng. She knew that Dizon of Goguryeo had locked Tang Zheng in the sea of suffering. However, she did not know how to get to the sea of suffering. She concentrated on comprehending the Ksitigarbha Sutra. It seemed that she hoped that the Ksitigarbha Sutra could give her courage and lead her to the sea of suffering. After all, Dizon of Goguryeo cultivated the sea of suffering. Therefore, he could freely trap people in the sea of suffering. If she also concentrated on cultivating the Ksitigarbha Sutra, maybe one day the Ksitigarbha Sutra would give her the answer. Dizon of Goguryeo's deep eyes often stared at Li Xiaotian for a long time. He did not say a word. In fact, he did not even say a word in the end. However, he had seen through Li Xiaotian's thoughts. He did not object, or rather, he did not make it public. He believed that Li Xiaotian's devout comprehension of the Ksitigarbha Sutra would one day be converted by the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Tang Zheng had long forgotten the concept of time. His mind was sometimes immersed in the sea of suffering. Sometimes he went to the heavenly realm. He wandered back and forth between the two worlds. Suddenly, when his gaze stopped on those small grasses, his gaze stopped, and he was firmly attracted to them. Those small grasses were just an attempt for him to realize. He did not take it to heart. After all, for a person, the small grasses were really an ordinary existence. They were really not worth paying too much attention to. Therefore, when his gaze inadvertently fell on the small grasses this time, the shock in his eyes was indescribable. What's going on? He was stunned. His pair of eyes were completely occupied by the small grasses. Small grasses? Is this still the small grasses that I created? He muttered to himself. In fact, he would actively sense any movement in the world of spirits and souls, or rather any change. However, this time he did not have a way for a long time. He was impatient, and his mind was almost completely occupied by how to get away. Therefore, it caused a sudden change. It was precisely this sudden change that made him so surprised that his jaw almost fell into the sea of suffering. He saw that the originally most ordinary grasses in the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. The stems and leaves had become larger, green, and exuded a faint green light. This was a situation that would not appear in the human world. Even if there was a genetic mutation, such an outrageous thing would never happen. These were not small grasses. They were simply something else. This was not the most surprising thing. He was more amazed by the strong aura on the small grasses. Generally, spiritual grasses that were created by heaven and earth would contain spiritual energy, such as the heaven fragrant flower that he picked on ordinary balance. Because it contained spiritual energy, even the red-chained snake tried to take it for its own, so it guarded it firmly. The aura contained in this mutated small grasses was different from spiritual energy, but it had the same effect. This was because the small grasses emitted the power of stars, which was a higher level of energy than spiritual energy. The power of stars. How can this small grasses emit the power of stars? Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. The power of stars was contained in the stars, not in this world. Anyway, he had observed this world for a long time. There was no night, the sky was always bright, and there were no stars. Since there were no stars, where did the power of stars come from? Could it be that this world can produce the power of stars? He suddenly had a whim and immediately focused his energy to sense this world. However, other than the power of stars emitted by the small grasses in front of him, there was not even the slightest trace of the power of stars in the other places. Forget it for now. Since the creatures of this world can produce the power of stars, then it will definitely be beneficial to me. The power of stars is much better than spiritual energy. How can I miss this great opportunity? Thus he focused all his attention on these small grasses. The power of stars was like wisps of smoke, floating up and disappearing in midair. At the same time, a part of the power of stars immediately appeared in his body. True Qi was not unfamiliar with the power of stars. As soon as it saw it, it immediately refined it. As his cultivation increased, the speed of refining the power of stars also increased greatly. After the small grasses lost the power of stars, they immediately withered and turned into a strand of yellow grass. They did not have their previous spirituality at all. With the power of stars, his true Qi increased greatly. It was like he could break through his limit at any time. He had an epiphany, so he naturally did not want to give up halfway. Although taking away the power of stars would cause the small grasses to wither, he still had to do it. Chapter 1372. Rumble. True Qi surged endlessly and soared into the sky. With a loud bang, the sea of bitterness boiled and set off stormy waves. Tang Zheng's body was covered in green light, overshadowing the golden light. The Buddhist power tried to resist, but found that the surge of true Qi was unstoppable. The vast and mighty power of the stars flowed through his meridians. His Jinchi was like a thirsty baby, constantly absorbing the energy. The Buddhist power witnessed all of this, understood its crisis, and immediately reacted. A burst of Buddhist power entangled the star power, trying to refine it. However, the star power kept colliding, not giving the Buddhist power a chance. The Buddhist power could not restrain it, and could only watch as the star power slipped away and was finally refined into a wisp of true qi. The power of the stars was different from ordinary energy. Tang Zheng could refine it, but the Buddha's power was powerless. Tang Zheng discovered this point and was surprised and happy. His true qi could finally soar into the sky, overshadowing the Buddhist power, so that his cultivation could go further. As soon as the thought came, a change happened. Boom! With a loud bang, the green light completely overshadowed the golden light. The golden light was dying, and finally it completely disappeared. Tang Zheng bathed in the bright green light, and his eyes were shining. He shouted in an earth-shattering voice, "Mahayana realm!" He finally broke through. The star power was the last straw to break through the threshold. He succeeded. The joy was indescribable, and it filled his whole body. His fatigue was swept away, and he seemed to be full of energy and fighting spirit. Roar! He roared to the sky, and a column of water rose into the sky, like a dragon swinging its tail. Is this the first grade of Mahayana realm? He recalled this wonderful world, and his mood was unsettled. Hey, the true qi is still increasing, and there is no sign of it stopping. Suddenly he found something strange. His eyes immediately lit up. He was no stranger to this situation. Many times when his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, this familiar scene would occur. Second grade of Mahayana realm. His eyes were shining, and he was both looking forward to it and muttering excitedly. Boom! Another thunderbolt struck out of the blue, and the green light around his body became a little brighter. He had really broken through and reached the second stage of the Mahayana realm. Inside the 9th main meridian, a vast amount of true qi was flowing. Although he only had one main meridian now, and the amount of true qi stored was a little less than when he had 9 main meridians, the quality of each strand of true qi was completely different. This was a qualitative victory, not something that could be covered up by the accumulation of quantity. His true qi broke through the second bottleneck and finally calmed down. However, Tang Zheng's heart was unable to calm down. Not only had he crossed the threshold to the Grand Ascension stage, but he had also reached the second stage of the Grand Ascension stage, which meant that his cultivation base was on par with the Asura. In the past, he used to persuade the Asura with benefits and emotions. That was the only way to restrain the Asura. Now, he didn't need these illusory things at all. He could use his own strength to suppress the Shura. Aside from the Shura saber being very powerful, the Shura possessed a large amount of yin qi that could cause harm to others. Tang Zheng had the 9 Sun Saint constitution, so he was not afraid of yin qi at all. Therefore, he was almost invincible against the Shura. He was very clear about this and knew what it meant. Li Xiaotian and the Shura's fate was unknown, so he did not have time to carefully savor the surprise of breaking through. He immediately activated his true qi. Since his cultivation base had broken through, would it be possible to leave this damned place? The mighty true qi began to circulate. In an instant, a green light soared into the sky, turning the sea of misery green. Whoosh! The sound of water rang out. He finally rose from the surface of the water and hovered in midair. It turned out that he had no way to escape the shackles of the sea of misery. Now that he had finally succeeded, he was overjoyed and subconsciously turned back. Everything was the same as before. There was no such thing as repenting and being saved. The vast sea of misery still had no end in sight. He could not help but feel gloomy. Damn it, there's no such thing as repenting and being saved. He did not give up. After all, he had flown out of the sea, which was a huge improvement. If his cultivation base improved further, would he be able to completely escape from the sea of misery? However, he did not have the power of the stars now, and there was not enough spiritual energy or power of the stars in the sea of misery for him to cultivate. How could he improve his cultivation base? When he thought of this, his heart almost died. He had almost walked into a dead end. Dizon of Goguryeo, you're really good at trapping me in the sea of misery. How can I escape from the sea of misery? Do you really want me to agree with your idea? No. He immediately shook his head. From the bottom of his heart, he could not believe it. There was no way he could fake it. Looking at the sea of misery below him, he was speechless for a long time. His figure was reflected on the surface of the sea. He was lonely and helpless, as if he had been abandoned by the world. I won't be abandoned by the world. He shook his head absent-mindedly. I have my own world. How can I be abandoned? That's right. He paused for a moment, and his eyes glowed as he stared at the boundless sea of misery. The sea of misery is boundless. Repent, and you'll be saved. If I make the sea of misery disappear, will I be able to break this spell? This was indeed a wonderful idea, and it was unusually bold. The Dizon of Goguryeo never dreamed that someone would want to make the sea of misery disappear. One must know that the sea of misery was so big that even the Dizon of Goguryeo did not know about it. That was why he sighed about the sea of misery being boundless. Since he had an idea, he naturally had to put it into practice. Thus, Tang Zheng activated his vast and mighty true qi and used the swallowing heavens technique. A huge black hole appeared out of thin air. This black hole was countless times bigger than before, as if it could devour the world. The sound of the wind immediately rang out. The airflow in the sky was completely sucked into the black hole. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and huge waves were set off in the sea. This was caused by the terrifying attraction of the sky-devouring technique. When the moon was close to Earth, it would create a tidal scene, causing the seawater hundreds of thousands of miles away to move. At this moment, the attraction of the black hole in the sky was no less terrifying than the attraction of the moon to Earth. Therefore, the waves immediately soared into the sky, as if they were going to cover the sky. Tang Zheng was surging with emotions, and he secretly regretted it. He was blinded by one's vision. He only thought of using the Ksitigarbha Sutra to escape, but he did not think of using the sky-devouring technique. The sea of misery was a sea. Although the seawater was very strange, the sky-devouring technique had already reached the realm of moving the sea. Wasn't moving the sea of misery within the range of the sky-devouring technique? Once the black hole sucked the sea of misery away, it would be in the heaven realm. The heaven realm was under Tang Zheng's control. No matter how magical the sea of misery was, he had the final say in the heaven realm. The sea of misery churned, and the waves had already soared into the sky, spanning between heaven and earth. At this moment, there were only waves between heaven and earth. The sky had disappeared, and there was only seawater. The black hole was suspended in midair, and the waves surged into the black hole one after another. With a whoosh, they disappeared into the black hole. Then, more waves were sucked into the black hole. Tang Zheng's consciousness immediately immersed itself in the heaven realm. It started to rain in the heaven realm, and it kept falling from the sky to the ground. The ground was moistened by the seawater and became moist. It was as if this lifeless world had a trace of vitality because of the appearance of water. There was more and more seawater in the sky, and soon a layer of water formed in the sky. The seawater did not fall directly from the sky. Instead, it gathered in the sky and only drizzled. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. With a thought, the seawater fluctuated violently and the rain became heavier. However, the layer of water did not collapse in the end. It still stubbornly stayed in midair. He did not seem to be able to control this layer of water like he could control the soil or other energy. This seawater is strange. It's not completely under my control even in the heaven realm. Tang Zheng muttered to himself in puzzlement. Rise! However, he did not stop there. He pointed his finger at the sea and shouted, Let's go! The seawater was stirred by an invisible force. As expected, it rushed up and turned into a water column that fell from the sky. Boom! 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 A few more water columns fell from the sky. In an instant, the sky and the earth were connected by these water columns. These water columns were like tornadoes, constantly moving. Wherever they passed, they formed canyons. The rain quickly gathered in the canyons, forming rivers that flowed endlessly. More and more water from the bitter sea was sucked into the heaven realm. The water columns became bigger and bigger, as if they were going to occupy the entire heaven realm. The wind and clouds changed, the sky fell, and the earth cracked, and the mountains and rivers changed. Tang Zheng saw this scene and seemed to have a feeling. Could the so-called way of heaven be the evolution of the mountains and rivers, the changes of the wind and clouds? This seemed to be a manifestation of the will of the way of heaven. This flash of inspiration made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared blankly at this scene, but the feeling in his heart became clearer and stronger. He did not know when the heavenly book started to circulate quietly. It echoed with everything that happened in the heaven realm, making his feeling more and more clear. Yes, the way of heaven is contained in all of this. In the past, I've always heard others talk about the way of heaven. In fact, the way of heaven is not complicated. It's just that people think of it as too complicated. The changes in this world are the best manifestation of the way of heaven. As long as I carefully comprehend the series of changes, there will definitely be new discoveries. He was overjoyed, but he gradually suppressed his surging emotions. His mind was completely immersed in all of these changes. The water columns became bigger and bigger, constantly moving. In the end, they gradually gathered together, forming a huge water column that connected the sky and the earth. Boom! The earth trembled and quickly caved in, forming a huge pit. The seawater was completely poured into it, and the water from countless rivers flowed into the pit. The seawater filled the bottom of the pit, but it did not stop. It kept expanding in all directions. In the end, the pit was completely filled with water, forming an ocean. Yes, this was an ocean. Although it was not as boundless as the bitter sea, there was no end to it. However, it was bigger than any ocean in the human world. The naked eye could not see the end of it. Tang Zheng was the master of this world. He did not need to look at it. He could see the end with a glance. However, his mind was deeply shocked by this scene. His vital qi seemed to be resonating with the seawater. It flowed out of his meridians and flowed to other parts of his body. Those areas were where the destroyed meridians were originally located. Chapter 1373. The place where the vital energy flowed was like the sea in the heaven realm. Wherever it passed, there were thousands of ravines, as if rivers were forming in the body. Tang Zheng was deep in thought. He did not know what the vital energy would eventually evolve into. He could not help but look forward to it. These are new meridians. The vital energy is reshaping the meridians. He cried out in surprise, looking at this scene in disbelief. Other than the 9th main meridian, the other 8 main meridians were all destroyed. Now that the meridians were reshaped, he would have more vital energy stored in his meridians in the future, which would be more advantageous in battle. The vital energy is so mysterious. It has such an effect. He was amazed. New meridians formed in front of his eyes. This was equivalent to reshaping his body, which gave him a very magical feeling. The water in the heaven realms surged and gathered in the boundless sea. The waterfall-like sea in the sky was also suspended in midair, but it shrunk a little and became like a river. The heavy rain stopped, leaving only the huge waterfall that connected the heaven and earth. It was like a huge waterfall that fell from the sky. Looking up at the huge waterfall No waterfall in the world could be compared to it. It was like the water from the heaven realm flowing to the earth. As more and more water from the Sea of Bitterness was absorbed into the world, the water in the sky changed. It was as if they were no longer limited to one place, but rather meandered in all directions, like rivers that extended in all directions as they floated in midair. Tang Zheng had a premonition that there was so much water in the Sea of Bitterness that even if the waterfall fell for countless years, it might not be able to transfer all of it from the heaven realm to the earth realm. He could not completely control the water of the Sea of Bitterness, so he might as well let it be like this. It could become a magnificent wonder in the heaven realm, adding a lot of charm to the heaven realm. He was deep in thought, and suddenly said, "Then let's call it the Celestial River. It's a river in the heaven realm, and it's very vivid." The Celestial River, this magical river, finally had a name. Above the 9 heavens, the sound of the waterfall was deafening. His consciousness returned to reality, and the changes in the Sea of Bitterness attracted his attention. He exclaimed in disbelief. The water level of the Sea of Bitterness had decreased. Although he still could not see the end, he had this feeling. This was enough to show that the Sea of Bitterness was not unchanging. Once the sky-swallowing skill absorbed enough of the bitter sea's water, the bitter sea would disappear, and he would have a chance to escape. Rumble. The mighty true qi surged endlessly in the new meridians, like a wild horse out of control, giving people a very shocking feeling. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. The power of the true qi was extraordinary. It had actually molded new meridians. These meridians were not the main meridians, but were instead thousands of small meridians. There are big rivers and small rivers in the human world. Compared to the main meridians, these smaller meridians were like small rivers. However, there were so many of them that they were densely packed all over the body. They could store an extremely vast amount of true qi. Compared to the other 8 main meridians, the amount of true qi stored in Tang Zheng's meridians was much greater. In other words, when Tang Zheng faced an enemy, he would have more true qi than others, which was of course a good thing. Henceforth, his body structure would be completely different from others. He only had 1 main meridian, but he possessed true qi that was not inferior to other people's main meridian. The true qi was vast and mighty, trying to seize every meridian. However, the Buddhist power did not completely compromise. The true qi suppressed the Buddhist power, but the Buddhist power was still not to be underestimated. Boom! The Buddhist power surged and rushed into the meridians, quickly occupying a lot of meridians. At once, the 2 forces were competing in the meridians, seizing each other's meridians. It was like 2 gangs fighting for territory. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes helplessly. These 2 forces were sworn enemies, and there was no way to reconcile them. Suddenly he had a thought. Since the Buddhist power and the Tao power were at odds with each other, what about the people who cultivated these 2 techniques? Would they also become 2 camps, constantly fighting and killing each other? He was shocked by the idea. If that was the case, wouldn't the Dizang of Goguryeo and the 10 kings of Hell be at odds with each other? A war was bound to break out in the world of spirits and souls. He still did not know that the 10 kings of Hell had become a thing of the past, and only King Songjiang was left. If the Dizang of Goguryeo defeats the 10 kings of Hell in the future, will he compete with the forces of the human world? No, he denied the idea again. People from the world of spirits and souls could not stay in the human world for a long time, just like how living people could not stay in the world of spirits and souls for a long time. The Dizang of Goguryeo could not lead the people from the world of spirits and souls to kill the human world, so his worries were groundless. He patted his chest, feeling a lingering fear, and secretly rejoiced. The Ksitigarbha Sutra that the Dizang of Goguryeo cultivated was another type of technique, which fundamentally rejected the previous cultivation system. The 2 completely different systems will definitely repel each other, and if a conflict breaks out, I can't let my guard down. He silently warned himself. The Tao power and the Buddhist power competed with each other, and in the end, the Tao power was still slightly better than the Buddhist power. The water of the sea of bitterness boiled and turned into pillars of water that soared into the sky and was sucked into the huge black hole. As time passed, the water of the sea of bitterness became less and less. Now, there was no need to feel, and could be judged directly with the naked eye. Tang Zhang's eyes lit up, and he stared straight at the sea of bitterness. His excitement was overflowing, and he looked forward to the moment when the sea water was sucked dry. After some time, the wind died down and the waves calmed down. As far as the eyes could see, the bottom of the sea of bitterness could be seen. Ha ha ha, I'm finally going to succeed. Tang Zhang looked up and laughed wildly, unable to hide his joy. This narrow escape from death was truly not an easy one. His eyes became firm, and he gritted his teeth. Li Xiaotian, I'm going back now, wait for me. Crack! There was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, but there was no lightning. The space trembled violently. The sea water boiled more and more violently, and the bottom of the sea cracked open. The mountains shook, and the earth shook as if the sky was falling. Tang Zhang stood in the sea water that just reached his knees. He looked around, and there was a faint sense of expectation in his heart. Is this damn sea of bitterness going to collapse? Crack! A crack appeared in the sky, like a huge wound that was torn open, and it was a shocking sight. The last of the sea water formed a huge wave and was pulled away from the ground by the suction of the black hole. With a splash, the sky was filled with sea water. A black light flashed, and the sea water disappeared completely, being sucked into the black hole. Tang Zhang's eyes lit up, and he cheered in surprise. Success! Yes, the water of the sea of bitterness that stretched as far as the eye could see was completely absorbed by him using the sky-swallowing technique. The sky-swallowing technique's ability to move the sea was indeed worthy of its reputation. He once again experienced the great power of the sky-swallowing technique, and he couldn't help but look forward to the next stage, the sky-swallowing realm. Crack! Boom! Chapter 1374. The sea of bitterness was annihilated, the mountains shook and the earth shook. The huge ghost world also shook as if there was an earthquake. The ghost world was not like the human world. Since its birth, there had never been an earthquake. All the living beings in the ghost world were shocked. They looked at the ground under their feet in disbelief. There were even huge cracks. The Styx River set off huge waves. The bridge of helplessness was instantly submerged. The river overflowed the embankment and spread in all directions. All the living beings in the ghost world were scared out of their wits. They ran for their lives. Although the Styx River was dangerous, it had never been flooded. No one knew why the Styx River suddenly became angry. The turmoil in the world of spirits and souls made everyone nervous. Even those who were preaching Buddhism for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had to stop and flee. In Fengdu City, Dizang of Goguryuo's eyes burst out like two sharp arrows. He exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Whoosh! He rose into the air and floated in midair. His eyes were like torches as he swept through every inch of land in Fengdu City. Those cracks were like ugly scars that were scattered all over Fengdu City. How is this possible? Impossible! His lips trembled as he kept muttering to himself. He could no longer maintain his previous calmness. Li Xiaotian had been following Dizang of Goguryeo. Naturally, she also noticed this abnormal situation. Immediately, she also flew into the air. She had a small achievement in cultivating the Ksitigarbha Sutra, so she could also fly. Although she did not agree with some of Dizang of Goguryeu's views, it did not hinder her from comprehending the Ksitigarbha Sutra. There were many mysterious places in the Ksitigarbha Sutra that were enough for her to benefit a lot. Seeing Dizang of Goguryeo turn pale with fright and talk to himself, Li Xiaotian was deeply shocked. During this period of time, she had a certain understanding of Dizong of Goguryeo. He seemed to only have one emotion, which was no matter what happened, he would remain calm and dignified. However, this scene made her completely understand that Dizong of Goguryeo was not much different from other people. He still had all kinds of emotions, but she covered them up. What happened? She asked curiously. The other experts of the ghost realm who were flying in the air also looked at Dizong of Goguryeo with burning eyes, waiting for his answer. Dizong of Goguryeo seemed to turn a deaf ear to him. He looked at the ground that was riddled with holes and said nothing. Suddenly a wisp of black smoke leaped out from the crack. Immediately after, countless strands of black energy floated out from every crack. In an instant, Necropolis seemed to be shrouded by black energy, gradually forming a black fog that blocked one's line of sight. Li Xiaotian wrinkled her delicate nose as she sensed a peculiar aura from the black fog. There seems to be something in this black fog, but I can't see or grasp it, Li Xiaotian said thoughtfully. The others nodded in agreement. However, Dizong of Goguryeo did not say a word, so no one could guess the specific situation. The black fog shrouded the entire ghost realm and gathered in Necropolis from all directions. Although the ghost realm was vast, the speed of the black fog gathering was almost like a flash of lightning, catching people off guard. Necropolis stood on the bank of the Styx River and was surrounded by it. It was difficult for people from the ghost realm to fly over the Styx River, which was a natural moat. However, in front of the black fog, the Styx River turned into a thin piece of paper that would break with a poke. Under everyone's gaze, the black fog swaggered across the Styx River and surrounded Necropolis. It covered the sky and the sun, and Necropolis was dark. Everyone was frightened and looked around in panic. The black fog had already drowned them. Being in the black fog, many people were frightened, as if they were afraid that the black fog would hurt them. However, the black fog only passed by them and did not harm them. Ah! Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded in the crowd like a thunderbolt, attracting everyone's attention. Look at where the black fog is flying to. This cry of surprise came from Li Xiaotian. She was meticulous and actually discovered this unusual scene. When the others heard this, they all looked over and actually discovered an inconceivable scene. The black fog was flying toward Dizong of Goguryeo in the sky. Why was the black fog underground flying toward him? Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Li Xiaotian narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at the black fog with bright eyes. She also stared at the Dizong of Goguryeo, who was in the middle of it, as if he was the center of a storm. Dizong of Goguryeo's face was ashen, and there was only seriousness in his face. In Necropolis, all the creatures had been converted and became Dizong of Goguryeo's most devout believers. Looking at this scene, they were worried about Dizong of Goguryeo. Be careful! Someone screamed in fright and flew toward Dizong of Goguryeo. Before he got close to the Dizong of Goguryeo, the black fog went into his mouth and nose. He suddenly froze and stopped in midair. After a while, the black fog came out of his mouth and nose again. The man's eyes shone fiercely, and he roared wildly. His voice was full of anger. In addition, this voice seemed to have magic. It could also arouse the anger of others and make them change color. Li Xiaotian's heart was filled with anger for no reason. Her eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth as if she had seen the enemy who killed her father. However, she immediately came back to her senses and regained her senses. However, her expression changed greatly as she looked at the man in disbelief. Why did his voice have such magic? Before she could figure out the cause and effect, the man exploded in the air with a bang, turning into specks of yin qi and drifting away with the wind. This scene deeply shocked Li Xiaotian and the other living beings in the world of spirits and souls. They looked at each other. Not only Li Xiaotian, but the others were also affected by the roar just now. This black fog is dangerous. They immediately realized this and retreated one after another. Fortunately, the black fog was gathering toward the Dizang of Goguryeo and just passed by them. It seemed that as long as they did not target the black fog would not make things difficult for them. It seems that once you get close to the Dizang of Goguryeo, the black fog will launch an attack. What the hell is this black fog? It has such great power. Li Xiaotian muttered in her heart. Could it be the doing of the resistance forces? She had a thought, but after thinking about it carefully, she had to deny this idea. The resistance forces did not have such great ability. The earthquake just now had affected the entire world of spirits and souls. The resistance forces definitely did not have such ability. Then who could it be? Li Xiaotian could not figure it out. She could only look at the Dizang of Goguryeo. He was almost hidden in the black fog and was very blurry. She could not see him clearly. Seeing the danger of the black fog, the others retreated. However, when they saw Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the black fog, they all revealed resolute expressions. Instead of retreating, they charged forward. A few more people flew up and shouted loudly as they rushed towards Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in an attempt to help him. The Dizang of Goguryeo did not seem to see all this. The black fog seemed to block his sight and blind his mind. He did not care about these people who were seeking death. These people were indeed seeking death. The black fog did the same thing and once again drilled into their mouths and noses. They froze in midair. Accompanied by a loud noise, these people followed in the footsteps and exploded, turning into wisps of yin qi. The explosion deeply shocked Li Xiaotian's heart. Her face was as calm as water, and she said worriedly, "The Dizang of Goguryeo is still not moving. Can't he stop this black fog? Then the world of spirits and souls will be in danger." Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the black fog. It was like a strong shock wave shaking the black fog and tearing a gap. Whoosh! Golden light shot out from the gap and shrouded Fengdu City. Everyone exclaimed in ecstasy, "The Dizang of Goguryeo." This was indeed the supernatural power of the Dizang of Goguryeo. The familiar golden light contained a strong Buddhist power. There was no doubt that the Dizang of Goguryeo was activating the Ksitigarbha Sutra and using the Buddhist power to resist this strange black fog. Li Xiaotian watched this scene without blinking. She really wanted to pull the Dizang of Goguryeo and ask him clearly what this black fog was. However, the Dizang of Goguryeo did not have the leisure to answer her. From the gap, not only did people see the golden light, but they also saw the figure of the Dizang of Goguryeo at the core of the black fog. He had already sat down cross-legged. A golden lotus platform appeared under him and slowly rotated. The Dizang of Goguryeo sat on the lotus platform and rotated along with it. His serious face flashed in front of them, and after a while it flashed again and again. Li Xiaotian saw the difference between the Dizang of Goguryeo and his usual self. Usually he was full of confidence and strategizing, but at this moment there was deep worry between his eyebrows. He no longer had the determination to win. Can he resist the attack of the black fog? A question emerged in Li Xiaotian's heart. The black fog was different from other attacks. It was all-pervasive and powerful. Was the Dizang of Goguryeo its opponent? No one knew the result until the end. Li Xiaotian looked at this scene and pondered for a while. He felt that the Dizang of Goguryeo was not optimistic. If the Dizang of Goguryeo was captured, would it be a blessing or a curse for the world of ghosts? However, the others did not have this worry at all. After seeing the figure of the Dizang of Goguryeo, their eyes and all their attention were completely attracted by the Dizang of Goguryeo. In their hearts, the Dizang of Goguryeo was invincible, so they were not worried about the outcome of the Dizang of Goguryeo. These people seemed to be infected by the Dizang of Goguryeo. They also sat down cross-legged, put their hands together, and recited the Ksitigarbha Sutra. The Dizang of Goguryeo did not keep it to herself. She passed the general content of the Ksitigarbha Sutra to the people of the world of ghosts. However, when it came to the core power of the Ksitigarbha Sutra was deliberately omitted. But thousands of people meditated and recited the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Traces of golden light flew out of their mouths and intertwined into Sanskrit characters in midair. Although they couldn't speak Sanskrit on their own, they could do it perfectly if they worked together. The golden Sanskrit characters flew to the Dizang of Goguryeo and confronted the black fog directly. The black fog seemed to want to block the Sanskrit characters. As enemies, the confrontation between the two sides was very fierce. Some of the Sanskrit characters were exhausted, and some of the black fog disappeared. Both sides suffered losses, but a part of the golden Sanskrit characters still got in through the cracks and came to the front of the Dizang of Goguryeo. Then it merged into his golden, shining, endless Kasaya. Chapter 1375. The golden light of the infinite cassock shone brightly, dispersing part of the black fog. However, the black fog did not give up and counterattacked crazily, because with the support of the Buddhist power of thousands of believers chanting the Ksitigarbha Sutra, the situation of the Dizang of Goguryeo improved significantly. However, wisps of black gas still appeared on his face, like black snakes swimming on his face. It was extremely terrifying. The contrast between gold and black was obvious. Li Xiaotian was the only one who was not involved. She watched this scene without blinking. She could feel that the aura of the Dizang of Goguryeo was changing. Although he had the upper hand, this kind of change was happening little by little under the influence of others. She did not know what this meant, whether this change was good or bad. She could only watch, not willing to miss any details. Roar! Suddenly, the black gas on the face of the Dizang of Goguryeo expanded. He opened his mouth and roared, the sound shaking the surroundings. His voice has changed. It seems to contain intense anger and killing intent. Li Xiaotian's heart trembled. She immediately saw the clues. When the Dizang of Goguryeo suppressed the king of hell with thunderous means, although he was decisive in killing, he did not have an intense killing intent. His every word and action was full of solemnity. However, this moment was completely different. The intense killing intent soared into the sky, far more terrifying than when the 10 kings of hell were enraged. How did he become like this? With Li Xiaotian's understanding of the Dizang of Goguryeo, this should not have happened to him. However, this scene was displayed in front of her. She could not ignore it. The changes of the Dizang of Goguryeo were far more than that. The battle in his body was even more intense and dangerous. No one could imagine it. The Dizang of Goguryeo also chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Sanskrit covered his body, supporting himself over and over again to overcome the external attack. The shock in his heart was unimaginable. He stared at the cracks on the ground as if he wanted to see through layer by layer. However, his gaze could not penetrate the depths of the ground. He wanted to see clearly what had happened in the sea of misery and how it had caused such a huge chain reaction. Most importantly, it had actually released that thing. This was what he feared the most. It wasn't easy for me to seal him in the sea of misery and make him one with the sea of misery. With his ruthless nature, there's no way he can turn back and escape the sea of misery. How could he be released? Could it be that Tang Jing helped him? His heartstrings trembled, but he immediately rejected this idea. Impossible. Tang Zhang would not be able to come into contact with him, nor would he be able to help him. Most importantly, even if Tang Zheng were to come into contact with him, he would not be able to release him. It's impossible for Tang Zheng to break the restriction I set up. Dizang of Goguryeo's mind was in a whirl. After thinking clearly about the problems involved, he became even more confused. I sealed you once, so I can seal you a second time. Ksitigarbha Sutra, suppress. Dizang of Goguryeo shouted in his heart. Ha ha ha, Dizong of Goguryeo, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? An arrogant voice suddenly rang out. This voice startled everyone. They looked around in disbelief, but they did not see a real person at all. This voice seems a bit familiar. Where have I heard it before? Li Xiaotian was meticulous and immediately discovered the subtlety. In the world of spirits and souls, there were only a handful of voices that could leave a deep impression on her. Suddenly, her gaze was fixed on Dizong of Goguryeo. Her face was filled with suspicion and shock, and her heartstrings trembled. How could it be his voice? This voice turned out to be Dizong of Goguryeo's voice. She did not expect it at all. Although there were some changes in it, it was essentially Dizong of Goguryeo's voice. Many others seemed to have discovered this as well, and they all stared at Dizong of Goguryeo in horror. See, they've already discovered the clues. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the prestige that you have established will soon be questioned. The voice continued to show off its strength, saying without fear. However, things did not go as they wished. The living beings of the ghost realm were not bewitched and led by this voice. They were loud and clear as they complained that this voice should not be alarmist and provoke their concern for Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. They were not buying this. Hee, you're really capable. You actually have so many devoted believers. Hee, this is good too. You can let me take advantage. Let him take advantage? Everyone's heart trembled. They did not understand what this sentence meant. Could it be that he still wanted to take the living beings of the world of spirits and souls for his own use? Was this not wishful thinking? Dizong of Goguryeo did not answer him. Instead, he used actual attacks to defend himself. He chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and Sanskrit words blurted out, transforming into thousands of illusions. They hovered above his head and turned into rays of golden light, enveloping him. Do you think you're the only one who knows the Ksitigarbha Sutra? You still want to use the Ksitigarbha Sutra to suppress me? Wishful thinking. Isn't it just the Ksitigarbha Sutra? I know it too. Then let's compete and see whose Ksitigarbha Sutra is more powerful. After the voice finished speaking, the Ksitigarbha Sutra also sounded in midair. However, there was no golden light. Instead, the wisps of black fog transformed into thousands of illusions and turned into Sanskrit words, fighting against the golden Sanskrit words. Black Sanskrit. Everyone's pupils shrank as they looked at the black Sanskrit words incredulously. The only difference between the golden and black Sanskrit words seemed to be the color. But if one carefully observed their essence, there were many differences. But the most important thing was how this voice could use the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Moreover, the depth of his understanding of the Ksitigarbha Sutra far surpassed the other disciples. Even Li Xiaotian felt ashamed of his inferiority. Wasn't the Ksitigarbha Sutra the Dizong of Goguryeo's core cultivation method? How could this voice know it? Moreover, the Ksitigarbha Sutra that was displayed had thousands of changes. Dizong of Goguryeo had passed down the Ksitigarbha Sutra to thousands of people of the world of spirits and souls. But Li Xiaotian believed that he definitely did not pass down the core part. But what this voice displayed was the core part of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Even Li Xiaotian did not learn this core part. Everyone guessed that this person was definitely not ordinary and had a close relationship with the Dizong of Goguryeo. Dizong of Goguryeo was shocked and said, "You have ulterior motives. You actually changed the Ksitigarbha Sutra to display this kind of evil technique. This is a stain on the Ksitigarbha Sutra." Haha, stain? I don't think so. The Ksitigarbha Sutra will display its greatest power in my hands. This is the true face of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. You have sealed its power, but I have truly released its full power. This voice was very arrogant. The more one listened, the more it sounded like the Dizong of Goguryeo's voice. One gold and one black. Two Sanskrit characters began to fight in the air. They were of the same origin, so this battle was evenly matched. It stirred up the aura of the world. Black light and gold light danced in all directions, creating shockwaves that shook one's heart. Everyone raised their heads to watch this shocking battle. Dizon of Goguryeo was completely focused and gave it his all, but the opponent's figure still did not appear. There was only that black fog, mysterious and unfathomable. Unknowingly, the black Sanskrit characters gradually suppressed the gold Sanskrit characters. The Ksitigarbha Sutra's expression became unprecedentedly serious. Suddenly he hysterically roared, "I will not let you succeed." The gold Sanskrit characters changed and condensed into a swastika character. It fell from the sky and suppressed the black Sanskrit characters. Boom! The sky shook and the earth shook. Almost everyone could not stand steadily. Screams rose and fell one after another. Li Xiaotian also almost fell to the ground. He could not help but be deeply shocked by this attack. Many people's eyes lit up as they stared at the Dizon of Goguryeo. They cheered, "Dizon of Goguryeo is mighty." "Ha ha ha, this is mighty? Then your vision is too narrow. You are no different from frogs at the bottom of a well." The voice sounded again, full of disdain. These words deeply irritated the crowd, and they all loudly rebuked and accused him. But the voice laughed wildly. "Do you know how disrespectful these words are? You respect the Dizon of Goguryeo so much. For you to say this about me is disgraceful, do you understand? Disgraceful? Nonsense! The one we respect is the Dizon of Goguryeo, not you. What's disgraceful about that? Our crusade against you is a righteous act. Don't try to quibble. Yes, quibble." The crowd was in an uproar. They continued to accuse the voice. "It seems that it is necessary for me to introduce myself," the voice said. Suddenly, the Dizon of Goguryeo roared. The power of his attack increased greatly and interrupted the voice. "Shut up!" Cheers rose again. Everyone cheered for the Dizon of Goguryeo. At the scene, only Li Xiaotian was the most clear-headed. She keenly found a clue. The Dizon of Goguryeo was so afraid of the voice. It meant that the content of the words would be shocking. It could even threaten the Dizon of Goguryeo. The Dizon of Goguryeo had a high cultivation level. What would he be afraid of? What would threaten him? Prestige. She thought for a moment and immediately thought of the answer. The Dizon of Goguryeo had established a prestige in the world of spirits and souls. If he was threatened, it would only subvert his prestige. That would be the most fatal blow. The Dizon of Goguryeo would naturally do his best to stop it. What the voice was about to reveal was definitely a secret that no one knew about. Moreover, it involved Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, which was why Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was so afraid. Li Xiaotian's gossiping fire could not help but be aroused. She could not wait to know what the voice was going to say. However, she did not have the strength. There was no way for her to control the situation of this battle. Naturally, she could not immediately hear what she wanted to hear. However, she had a hunch. She had been with the Dizon of Goguryeo for a long time. She had never seen him so flustered and flustered. The voice was able to do that, which showed the terrifying power it contained. Perhaps it could really resist the Dizon of Goguryeo's attack and say what it wanted to say. In order to prevent the other party from speaking, the Dizon of Goguryeo attacked like a storm, round after round. It was too much for the eyes to take in. He did not give the enemy a chance to breathe. Rumble. The confrontation of the two Sanskrit words caused Fengdu City to suffer. Fengdu City, which stood on the peak of the mountain, was on the verge of collapse. Sand and stones were flying, and the wind was blowing. Many houses were directly destroyed. Everyone was forced to retreat. They did not dare to watch this fierce battle from a close distance. Otherwise, they would lose their lives. Li Xiaotian was a smart person. She had already retreated far away, but her eyes never left the sky. The battle was getting more and more intense. The outcome was unpredictable. Li Xiaotian had experienced countless battles. She was experienced and had a unique vision. She secretly thought that the battle was getting more and more intense. It meant that it was coming to an end. The outcome would be revealed soon. Chapter 1376. When Fengdu Necropolis was almost destroyed, all the black fog in the world gathered in the sky above Fengdu Necropolis, turning into black Sanskrit characters that attacked the Dizang of Goguryeo from all directions. Infinite Kasaya! The Dizang of Goguryeo roared, and the infinite Kasaya flew up, overflowing with golden light as it circled around the Dizang of Goguryeo. Boom! 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 The black Sanskrit characters were destroyed, but they immediately reignited and surrounded the infinite Kasaya. In addition, many black Sanskrit characters surrounded the Dizang of Goguryeo. That voice seemed to have a chance to breathe, and it said loudly, "Dizang of Goguryeo, are you afraid that I will tell the truth? Haven't you always boasted of being bright and upright? Actually, you are no different from others. Let me tell you, you have all been deceived by him. He also has a dark side, and he is not as great and bright as he looks on the surface." The Dizang of Goguryeo tried to stop it, but it was too late. The voice rumbled and clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The Dizang of Goguryeo has a dark side? Everyone was shocked by this news. Whether it was the believers or Li Xiaotian, they all thought that the Dizang of Goguryeo was a selfless person who was wholeheartedly for the public good. Although Li Xiaotian questioned his philosophy, she did not question his character. However, this voice said that he had a dark side. She was very clear about what this meant, and she could not help but look at the Dizang of Goguryeo curiously. The Dizang of Goguryeo did not refute, and it seemed that he had tacitly agreed to this point, especially when the expression between his brows made his thoughts clear. This voice did not seem to be lying. Immediately, Li Xiaotian could not help but be curious about the so-called dark side of the Dizang of Goguryeo. Nonsense, slander! More and more complaints rang out from the crowd. The believers did not believe his words at all. This was simply nonsense. Dizang of Goguryeo was a supreme existence in their hearts. How could he have a dark side? Ha ha ha! A bunch of ignorant fools. The truth is right in front of you. Do you still not want to admit it? That voice shouted. The believer still shook his head in disbelief. Instead, he asked Dizang of Goguryeo for confirmation. Dizang of Goguryeo quickly refuted his nonsense. Dizang of Goguryeo did not refute. Instead, he fell into silence. Li Xiaotian frowned. He seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't grasp it. The meaning of the voice was too confusing. The voice paused for a moment, then said word by word, "I am his dark side right in front of you. How do you think Dizang of Goguryeo will quibble?" Whoosh! The cold wind howled, but no one made a sound. The silence was frightening. Everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. Even though Li Xiaotian had already thought of this, when he heard this, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, no one would have thought of this. The so-called dark side of the Dizang of Goguryeo was actually this voice. Dizang of Goguryeo did not refute. Moreover, the other party vowed solemnly, so he was definitely not lying. No wonder this voice was the same as the Dizang of Goguryeo. He was the dark side of the Dizang of Goguryeo. Of course, it was the same voice. However, this dark side did not have a body. Was it just a black fog? Why was this so? Li Xiaotian tilted his head, puzzled. He stared at the Dizang of Goguryeo as if he wanted to get an answer from his face. Dizang of Goguryeo sighed in his heart. He was extremely depressed. Ever since he had an epiphany, he had never felt such a deep sense of powerlessness and frustration. The content of this voice was the biggest taboo in his heart. He was very unwilling to mention it or even recall it. But after all, this was something that had happened to him before. He simply could not stay out of it. I always thought that you had become a thing of the past. I never thought that you would come back. After a long time, Dizong of Goguryeo finally said blankly, "Actually, this is all thanks to you." The dark side said meaningfully. Dizong of Goguryeo asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "You suppressed me in the sea of bitterness for who knows how many years, so that I will never see the light of day. What kind of torture is this? It's a pity that you were too confident in yourself and did not believe that I could escape from the sea of bitterness." Dizong of Goguryeo snorted coldly. "Am I wrong? After so many years, have you escaped from the sea of bitterness? Of course you are not wrong. Although I am very dissatisfied with you, the two of us have one thing in common, and that is we are very confident in ourselves. This is still worthy of praise." Tang Zheng! Dizong of Goguryeo was shocked, and the figure of Tang Zheng appeared in his mind. "So his name is Tang Zheng," the dark side said with interest. When Li Xiaotian heard the two words Tang Zheng, her eyes lit up. After so long, she had not heard any news about Tang Zheng. Now that it was said by the dark side, it immediately attracted her attention. "Tang Zheng is trapped in the sea of bitterness. What's wrong with that?" Dizong of Goguryeo asked in confusion. "Ha ha ha! Of course it's no problem for me. On the contrary, I welcome him very much. He gave me a huge surprise. Back then, when he first came to the Sea of Bitterness, I saw him. It's just that I was suppressed by your great magical power and there was no way to communicate with Tang Zheng. I tried countless methods, but they all ended in vain." The dark side was disappointed and seemed to feel that it was a pity. If Tang Zheng heard this, he would be very surprised, because he did not find a second person in the Sea of Bitterness. But he had always been monitored by the dark side of Dizong of Goguryeo. Dizong of Goguryeo still had a lot of things that he could not figure out. He asked suspiciously, "Tang Zheng's cultivation is not high. How could he let you out?" "Ha ha ha! Your eyes have always been very accurate, but this time you are wrong. Tang Zheng is far more complicated and powerful than you think. Although I saw everything he did, I didn't completely see through him." The dark side said regretfully, "I was wrong. How is that possible? He is clearly only at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Unless he comprehended the Ksitigarbha Sutra, there is no way for him to leave the Sea of Bitterness, let alone let you out." Dizong of Goguryeo said in disbelief, "Now that I am in front of you, do you still doubt it? Isn't this convincing enough?" The dark side asked, "I know you must want to know how I got out." Dizong of Goguryeo did not say anything, but his expression had already revealed his inner thoughts. He wanted to know the answer too much. "Tang Zheng does not know of my existence. He accidentally absorbed all the water in the Sea of Bitterness. If there is no water in the Sea of Bitterness, is it still the Sea of Bitterness? Naturally, it will collapse and your magical power will be ineffective. Therefore, I can easily escape from the sea of suffering and return to this familiar world." The dark side said in a single breath, without stopping. When Dizong of Goguryeo heard this, he almost staggered and fell to the ground. He said in surprise, "What? You said he absorbed all the water in the Sea of Bitterness? Where did he absorb it to?" "A black hole. I don't know the specific situation, but that black hole gave me a very unusual feeling. It seemed to be able to devour everything. He moved the Sea of Bitterness away so easily." The dark side did not hide anything and said, truthfully. He also expressed the doubts in his heart. This was also one of the reasons why he could not see through Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's magical power was very strange. For a moment, he could not figure it out. Especially the sky swallowing technique, he was even more confused. Black hole sky swallowing technique. Dizong of Goguryeo knew more than the dark side. When he heard the black hole, he immediately knew the whole story. Back then, in the 18 levels of hell, Tang Zheng's sky-swallowing technique merged with the King of Hell's Yama seal, which greatly increased the power of the sky-swallowing technique. Dizong of Goguryeo witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Of course, he was not unfamiliar with the sky-swallowing technique. However, he never thought that the sky-swallowing technique could completely absorb the water in the sea of bitterness. As for how much water there was in the sea of bitterness, even Dizong of Goguryeo did not know. Back then, he mediated the vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts in the 18 levels of hell. The 18 levels of hell were the closest place to the Earth's core. One time, by chance, he discovered that there was an ocean in the depths of the ghost realm. In the end, he named this ocean the Sea of Bitterness and blessed it with a supreme magical power. As he became more familiar with the Sea of Bitterness, he gradually understood the role of the Sea of Bitterness. In the end, he decided to take a gamble and use the Sea of Bitterness to solve the problem that had been troubling him. Everyone's personality had many sides. Whether it was an extremely evil person or a very kind person, they had to have a kind and dark side. These two sides coexisted, and it was impossible to only have one side. Dizong of Goguryeo was the same. His kind and dark side coexisted, and they were both very powerful. When he cultivated the Ksitigarbha Sutra, he gradually had an epiphany and made a great wish. If hell was not empty, he vowed not to become a Buddha. Obviously, his kind side had gained the upper hand, and his dark side was deliberately suppressed. However, as his skills became more profound, the dark side was also restless and had the tendency to fight back and suppress the kind side. Dizong of Goguryeo knew what this meant. Once the dark side gained the upper hand, he would become an unpardonable murderer. The ghost realm would probably be plunged into misery and suffering in his hands. Why would he need to mediate the vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts? He himself was the biggest unstable factor. He had always wanted to drive the dark side out of his body so that he would become perfect and only have the kind side left. Dizong of Goguryeo was really a harsh perfectionist. He did not allow a little bit of the dark side to remain. He had tried many methods, but they all ended in failure. When the Sea of Bitterness appeared, he saw the dawn of hope. Heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. Through various experiments and with the help of the supreme magical power, he finally stripped the dark side out of his body and suppressed it at the bottom of the Sea of Bitterness. As long as the Sea of Bitterness was not destroyed and the seawater did not dry up, the dark side would be suppressed in the Sea of Bitterness forever. Dizong of Goguryeo could always only have the kind side, which could be called perfect. Big-breasted beauty, Li Xueting's sexy see-through, private photos. Highly recommended. Please follow the official WeChat account to see the beauty online. Home of Beauty's search Mindjia 123 press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 1377. Dizong of Goguryeo thought that his plan was flawless because, with his strength, there was no way for him to dry up the Sea of Bitterness. He subconsciously thought that no one in the world of spirits and souls could do this. However, he never thought that Tang Zheng, an outsider, would actually succeed in shifting the sea by relying on the long-lost sky-swallowing technique. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's expression kept changing. It was extremely unsightly. He was so shocked that he couldn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he sighed and said, "Tang Zheng, you didn't turn back, but used the sky-swallowing technique to destroy the Sea of Bitterness. Do you know what this means?" When the dark side heard this, he said, sarcastically, "You want me to be suppressed, but unfortunately, the heavens don't follow your wishes. I was suppressed by you back then, but now that I've returned, don't even think about suppressing me." Hee. Tang Zheng has already escaped. The next time I see him, I really have to thank him properly. The dark side changed the topic and said with a smile. Dizong of Goguryeo's eyes flashed with golden light and said, "Thank him? Humph, you have the nerve to say that? I'm afraid you want to kill him, right?" The dark side had seen how powerful Tang Zheng was. Although Tang Zheng had saved the dark side, he would not remember this kindness. Since he was the dark side, he had gathered all the insidiousness and cunning. How could he let go of such an unstable factor like Tang Zheng? The dark side did not care that Dizong of Goguryeo had seen through his thoughts. He laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, I have to say you know me best. However, at the same time I know you best because we are one. Who is one with you? You are willing to degrade yourself. So how can I be with you? Dizong of Goguryeo said firmly. You are still so self-righteous and proud. I will let you know now that you are very wrong. The dark side said sternly. He was ready to launch another fierce attack, but a voice was heard in a hurry. You saw Tang Zheng in the Sea of Bitterness. Do you mean that he has escaped? Li Xiaotian disregarded her own safety and soared into the air. She looked at the black fog face to face and asked. The black fog paused for a moment and seemed to be examining her. He asked curiously, Who are you? How is Tang Zheng? Li Xiaotian asked impatiently. The dark side was stunned and immediately understood. Ha ha ha! You are that kid's lover. That's why you care about his safety. Since you are his lover, why are you staying by Xidigarba's side? Isn't this betraying that brat? Li Xiaoqian's expression, she said leisurely, I didn't. TSK, interesting, really interesting. I almost forgot. That brat is a living person and you are a ghost. Two people from two different worlds, separated by yin and yang, but became lovers. Hee hee, this ghost world is getting more and more interesting. Enough. Dizong of Goguryeo finally couldn't stand the dark side's one-man show and shouted. On the contrary, the dark side was even happier. The angrier Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was, the more he felt the thrill of revenge. He said proudly, I have held back for countless years and only managed to say a few words. How could it be enough? Little girl, do you want to know about your lover? Li Xiaotian nodded. Then sell your soul to me and let me order you around for eternity. I will naturally tell you. The dark side instigated. Sell her soul to him? Li Xiaotian was shocked. Her heart was deeply shocked. These words were too shocking. The other party actually wanted her soul and let her be a slave for eternity. In your dreams, Li Xiaotian scolded without hesitation. Li Xiaotian was a smart person. She naturally understood that this was a deal with the devil and would be beyond redemption. Although she was worried about Tang Zheng's safety, she also believed in his strength. Since he had escaped, he would definitely find her again. If she made a deal with the devil, when she saw him again, what face would she have left? How could she talk about staying together? Dizong of Goguryeo laughed. You think you can bewitch everyone in the world. This time it has finally failed. The dark side was stunned for a moment, as if he was examining Li Xiaotian. Suddenly, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. An extremely cold feeling enveloped her body. What a strange girl. Dizong of Goguryeo, don't boast too early. I have no way to bewitch him. But do you have a way to convert him? I think there is a world of difference between her and your other believers. The dark side retorted. His eyes were like torches. He could directly see the difference between Li Xiaotian and the others. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's cheeks were flushed red. The dark side pointed directly at his pain. He had once thought that he could convert Li Xiaotian, especially during normal times. Imperceptibly influencing him was a very easy thing to do. But Li Xiaotian was like a stubborn rock. He was incomparably hard and pervasive. Dizong of Goguryeo was at his wit's end. Li Xiaoqian's expression did not change. She asked, Where is Tang Zheng now? The dark side proudly said, I told you before. If you want to know about him, you have to sell your soul to me. In your dreams. Li Xiaotian refused again without hesitation. Don't worry. Wait until I deal with the Dizong of Goguryeo, then we'll talk in detail. I'm too interested in that kid. The dark side simply gave up on Li Xiaotian and continued to target the Dizong of Goguryeo. Li Xiaotian was no match for the dark side. There was no way to force the other party to tell the truth. He had to give up. Boom! A black Sanskrit hit the Dizang of Goguryeo. The strong shock wave directly sent Li Xiaotian flying like a kite with a broken string. The two sides fought fiercely again. It was unknown who shouted, "Help the Dizang of Goguryeo." All the believers sat cross-legged in the ruins and chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra. The golden light of the infinite Kasaya surged and quickly grew. In an instant, it covered the sky and enveloped the black fog. In the next second, the infinite Kasaya blocked all sight, enveloping the Dizang of Goguryeo and the dark side together. The believers kept chanting the Ksitigarbha Sutra, adding energy and power to the infinite Kasaya. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if something was constantly attacking the infinite Kasaya. Large bumps appeared on the infinite Kasaya, and these bumps grew more and more. The believers chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra even faster. Unfortunately, they did not learn the true essence of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. This little help was like a drop in the bucket. The sound of the collision was like rumbling thunder, echoing in the sky above Fengdu City. It made Li Xiaotian's heart tremble, and his expression became solemn. She was very conflicted. The dark side was definitely not a good person. In comparison, the Dizang of Goguryeo was better. At least he would not kill the innocent. But if the dark side lost, how would she find Tang Zheng? She held her head in distress and fell into silence. Bang, bang, bang. When the sky above Fengdu City was completely drowned out by these collision sounds, the infinite Kasaya was covered with bumps. The believers' mouths were dry, and they seemed to have exhausted all their strength. They hung their heads dejectedly and could no longer chant the Ksitigarbha Sutra in its entirety. The golden light on the infinite Kasaya became dimmer and dimmer, like a lamp that was about to be extinguished. If the golden light disappeared, did that mean that the Dizang of Goguryeo had lost? Li Xiaotian couldn't help but clench his fists. The believers were in despair. They had already used all their skills, but the enemy was too strong. Suddenly, the collision sounds disappeared. Everything was silent, and this piece of land had sunk into a terrifying, deathly silence. Everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped. They could only stare at the sky with their eyes wide open. Li Xiaotian's eyes gradually narrowed into slits, revealing a shocked expression. He pointed at the infinite Kasaya and exclaimed, "Look, the infinite Kasaya is turning black." Yes, the golden light had completely dimmed. The golden color on the infinite Kasaya was slowly fading away, eroded by the black color. The infinite Kasaya had turned black. What kind of scandal was that? No one did know what that meant. It meant that the dark side had gained the upper hand, and the east wind had overwhelmed the west wind. The good side of the Dizang of Goguryeo would be defeated, and from then on, the Dizang of Goguryeo would turn black. At that time, the world of spirits and souls would undergo earth-shaking changes, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. However, no one could stop all this, and it was really frustrating. Everyone's expression became more and more ugly, and their eyes were almost filled with despair, because they watched as more and more black color appeared on the infinite Kasaya, almost occupying the entire Kasaya. One side was golden, and the other was black. The golden light was dim, and the black light was like ink, constantly expanding. Li Xiaotian was very anxious. He leaped into the air and shouted, "Kill! Help the Dizang of Goguryeo!" He rushed toward the infinite Kasaya. Whoosh, 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 a few masters in the crowd who still had some strength flew up and attacked the infinite Kasaya. They all took out their magic weapons and attacked the infinite Kasaya. Whoosh! The black light broke away from the Kasaya and flew out. It was like a bolt of black lightning that appeared out of nowhere, hitting the enemies one after another. In a few screams, everyone fell down. In front of the dark side, these believers who were already at the end of their rope were no match for him at all. Li Xiaotian was no exception. When he fell to the ground, his body was almost falling apart, and his soul was scattered. However, he still stood up stubbornly. When he looked up again, the infinite Kasaya had completely turned black. Ha ha ha! An arrogant and hideous laughter came from the infinite Kasaya, and it was chilling. The believers were completely desperate. This laughter was obviously not the good side of the Dizang of Goguryeo, but the damned dark side. The infinite Kasaya had turned black. Did that mean that the Dizang of Goguryeo had also turned black? The Dizang of Goguryeo was the strongest person in the world of spirits and souls. Once he turned black, what would happen to the world of spirits and souls? Suffering and suffering? That was for sure. Perhaps the situation would be worse. No one dared to continue thinking about it. The Kasaya became smaller little by little, but the black light became more and more intense. The ink-like infinite Kasaya seemed to be able to absorb all the light around it, making it difficult to escape. Suddenly, the black light flashed, and the figure of the Dizang of Goguryeo appeared. The infinite Kasaya was draped over his body, and the black light expanded. The appearance of the Dizang of Goguryeo did not change. It seemed that he was still the original Dizang of Goguryeo. However, when everyone looked at him, they felt that his temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. There was no dazzling golden light on his body. Instead, a mysterious black fog rose and lingered around him. The black light in his eyes flashed, and he looked down at the people on the ground. He said loudly, "From now on, I am your new Dizang of Goguryeo. All the previous rules are abolished. I will lead you to a new world." Chapter 1378. Li Xiaotian felt that he had lost his mind and soul. It was as if he was about to be bewitched by the voice of the darkened Dizang of Goguryeo. The eyes of those with weak willpower had already changed. They couldn't help but kneel and kowtow to the Dizang of Goguryeo. When the Dizang of Goguryeo saw this, he laughed out loud. The hearts of the other followers were like dead ashes as they trembled with fear. The original Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had been defeated, so they were unwilling to submit to the current Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. However, they were not willing to become the slaves of the Dizang of Goguryeo. They turned around and fled toward the teleportation formation. Fengdu City was almost destroyed, but the teleportation formation was supported by the divine ability and was not damaged. The only way to leave Fengdu City was through the teleportation formation. Fengdu City was surrounded by water and was surrounded by the Styx River that could not be crossed. Any attempt to fly away from Fengdu City was suicide. They would fall into the Styx River and drown at the bottom of the river. Their souls would be scattered. The Styx River had a natural devouring effect on souls. The Dizang of Goguryeo revealed a mocking smile and said, "You want to escape just like that? Aren't you thinking too simply?" He grabbed at the void with his big hand. A few figures suddenly stopped and were in a deadlock in midair. They all revealed looks of despair. "Ah!" They screamed and stopped abruptly. Bang, bang, bang. They exploded and turned into wisps of yin qi that flew toward the Dizang of Goguryeo's palm. They rolled in his palm, but could not escape his 5 fingers. "I told you to submit to me, but you want to escape. You can't blame me for this." The Dizang of Goguryeo muttered to himself. However, this sentence that seemed to be understated was filled with endless killing intent. Everyone stopped and did not dare to take half a step forward. Although the teleportation formation was not far away, they were not completely confident that they could escape the Dizang of Goguryeo's attack. They didn't want to follow in his footsteps. Li Xiaotian abruptly retracted the leg that she had taken a step forward. She looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in midair with fear. Dizang of Goguryeo gently landed on the ground. Those who submitted to him immediately lowered their heads into the dust and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to act rashly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light flew out from the crowd and shot towards Dizang of Goguryeo. This was a Dharma treasure and its power was not small. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was unmoved. He gently raised 2 fingers. Crack! His fingers gently clamped down on the oncoming magical weapon. Bang! With a loud explosion, the magic treasure turned into fine powder. Puff! Someone spat out a mouthful of blood. He was firmly bound by a force in the crowd and slowly flew up. No one dared to look, afraid that they would follow in his footsteps. That person kept struggling, but it was to no avail. His face was extremely pale, and with the last of his strength he hysterically roared, "You are not the Dizang of Goguryeo. He will not kill the innocent. You devil, I will die with you." Dizang of Goguryeo laughed dryly and said, "Who said that I am not the Dizang of Goguryeo? I am one with him. You have only seen his hypocritical side before. This is his true side. It seems that you cannot accept it. Our Dizang of Goguryeo will come back. You will not be arrogant for long." The other person unwillingly retorted. Dizang of Goguryeo's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a thin line, but a cold light suddenly appeared. He said in a deep voice, "He will come back? Dream on. I will definitely not give him this chance." Hearing this, Li Xiaotian's heart moved. The other person's words revealed a lot of information. At least the Dizang of Goguryeo's good side did not disappear. It was just suppressed by him. This was the same as the Dizang of Goguryeo's good side suppressing the dark side. If the good side found an opportunity, it could naturally turn defeat into victory and take back control. This was a very slim hope. Li Xiaotian did not think that the dark side would be so careless and give him a chance to turn defeat into victory. "You will never see that day, and I will not give you a chance to live. Go to hell." Dizang of Goguryeo suddenly roared, his large hand grabbing towards the void. Bang! With another explosion, the other person turned into wisps of yin qi, his soul scattered. The others were silent, no longer daring to resist. Many of them were believers of the good side of Ksitigarbha, but under the bewitchment of the dark side, their loyalty to the good side gradually collapsed. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva proudly walked through the middle of them. They automatically split into 2 rows and made way for him. Dizang of Goguryeo strolled in front of Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian stood in place, not moving. She knew that any resistance would be futile, so why should she resist? But she still stubbornly raised her head. The others lowered their heads, but she was different. Even if her soul scattered, she would raise her head and die with dignity. Dizang of Goguryeo stopped in front of her, sizing her up with interest. "You really are very charming. No wonder that Brat was so infatuated with you that he didn't hesitate to risk his life to revive you," Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said in amazement. He merged into Dizang of Goguryeo's body, and naturally he also obtained the memories stored in his brain. He knew what kind of person Tang Jing was, and had a close relationship with Dizang of Goguryeo. He also passed on the core of his own unique skill, the Ksitigarbha Sutra, to Tang Jing. This was simply inconceivable, so he wanted to see Tang Jing even more. However, after Tang Jing escaped from the Sea of Suffering, he still did not know where he was, so it was not easy for Dizang of Goguryeo to see him. But with Li Xiaotian, all of this was very easy. As long as Tang Jing heard about Li Xiaotian's news, he could not wait to see him, and would not delay for even a minute. "I won't resurrect him. I will let him leave the ghost realm and never come back." Li Xiaotian made up her mind. Dizang of Goguryeo laughed disapprovingly. "Is that so? Then you are underestimating Tang Jing's feelings for you too much. I dare say that for you, he is willing to do anything, even give up his life." Li Xiaotian's face suddenly changed. As the person involved, she had to admit that Dizang of Goguryeo's words were not false. In fact, Tang Jing had always been a stubborn person. Once he made a decision or accepted it, even 9 bulls could not pull him back. He promised to resurrect Li Xiaotian, so he would try his best to do it. He would never give up halfway. Looking at Li Xiaotian's changing face, Dizang of Goguryeo said triumphantly, "It seems that I was right. He is really a sentimental person. Admirable. However, it is often difficult for this kind of sentimental person to achieve great things because they will be tied down by love." "Nonsense. His achievements will definitely surpass yours," Li Xiaotian retorted. "Surpass me? Ha ha ha, the world is so big. No one will surpass me in the future." Dizang of Goguryeo was full of confidence and said with a snort, "Who said that he has to wait until the future? His current achievements have already surpassed yours," Li Xiaotian said, earth-shattering. Dizang of Goguryeo was stunned for a moment, and then immediately laughed wildly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Already surpassed me? It seems that you are scared silly to actually say this kind of nonsense." Dizang of Goguryeo shook his head, feeling very disappointed with Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian, however, insisted on his opinion and said, "I am not speaking nonsense. It is 100% the truth. Do you know his achievements? He has saved the human world from destruction several times. He is the savior not only now but also in the future. He is the guardian of the human world. For your own selfish interests, you willfully killed the innocent. How can your so-called achievements be compared to his?" Li Xiaotian's questioning was powerful, making people feel deep respect for him. Dizang of Goguryeo was suddenly stunned. These words made him speechless. This was the inside story that he did not understand. However, he immediately came back to his senses and said disdainfully, "What is this? The savior of the human world? Humph! With this little ability, he is the savior of the human world. It seems that the human world is really decadent." That kind side is really pedantic to actually let it be and let it be, letting the human world be promoted to a big world and the ghost world be demoted to a small world. This kind of thing that harms oneself to help others. Only he can do it. Since I am one with him, then I will make up for this mistake. Dizang of Goguryeo talked non-stop. Obviously, he did not agree with the original Dizang of Goguryeo's actions, especially regarding the small and big world, which made him furious, secretly cursing him for being pedantic and hopeless. "You think that he has saved the human world from danger. This achievement is very great, right? Then I will destroy this greatness of his. I will destroy the human world, and let you all understand that he is not great at all, but a sinner of the human world. If it were not for him, I would not have made this decision." Dizang of Goguryeo added, "What? You want to destroy the human world?" Li Xiaotian turned pale with fright. "Of course, he is a person of the human world for the welfare of the human world, and I am the master of the ghost world. Of course, I will also consider the development of the ghost world. I will correct the previous wrong path and lead the ghost world on the right path. You are now a member of the ghost world. You should be happy and proud." Dizang of Goguryeo proudly raised his head and said proudly. Li Xiaotian's face was ashen and said, "I will not be happy or proud. I will only be disgusted. Your actions will definitely cause pain to both worlds and intensify hatred. You are destroying both worlds. Where is the slightest bit of greatness?" "That is because you have never seen yourself as a member of the ghost world. The ghost world will be grateful to me. Since you don't think of yourself as a member of the ghost world, then I will not be polite to you. Come here." Dizang of Goguryeo stretched out his hand, and a terrifying force wrapped around Li Xiaotian. She exclaimed, rose into the air, and flew to Dizang of Goguryeo's side. Kidigarbha Bodhisattva looked at Li Xiaotian, who was right in front of him, and said with a smile, "I will use you as bait to catch that brat. I know you are the best bait. Dream on, he will not be fooled." Li Xiaotian kept struggling and shouting and hurriedly denied. But she knew in her heart that if Tang Jing knew about her situation, he would definitely be fooled, and if he cared about her, Tang Zheng might not be as calm as usual and would definitely be in danger. She wanted to send a message to Tang Zheng, telling him not to care about her and return to the human world. The ghost world was no longer peaceful, but she did not have the chance. Dizon of Goguryeo laughed and flew into the teleportation array. Now, I will let you see how I subdue the ghost world, unlike the original Dizon of Goguryeo who was helpless. Chapter 1379. Tang Zheng watched as the mountains shook and the sea of bitterness was annihilated. The light was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the sea of bitterness was no longer in front of him. He was standing on a bare ground. He looked around and couldn't see the end of it. The dark sky was above his head and a chilly wind blew. He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground and easily soared into the sky like a rocket taking off into the sky. He stopped in midair and looked down at the earth below. The earth seemed to have been hit by an earthquake as cracks appeared one after another. The scars that looked like centipedes were scattered all over the ground, making for an extremely ugly sight. However, flowers bloomed in his heart. He cheered excitedly and somersaulted in midair. Ha ha ha! I've finally escaped from the sea of bitterness and returned to the ghost realm. He was pleasantly surprised and took a deep breath. The cold aura in the air made his heart surge more than the power of the stars. His mind was immediately immersed in the heavenly realm, ready to express his condolences to the greatest contributor. In the heavenly realm, the Milky Way floated in midair. The water seemed to have no end as it flowed continuously from the waterfall to the earth. The river water gathered together to form a huge ocean. It was like a world of water. Everything was made of water. This scene, full of vitality, is really refreshing. No one would have thought that this river water is actually the water of the sea of bitterness. Tang Zheng was amazed and praised. His mind returned from the heavenly realm. He looked up at the sky and swore silently, "Li Xiaotian, wait for me. I'm coming to save you." Where did the Dizon of Goguryeo lock her up? Fengdu City? Tang Zheng kept analyzing and finally confirmed that the possibility of Fengdu City was higher. After all, Fengdu City was the core of the ghost realm. Although Fengdu City was the territory of the King of Hell, the Dizon of Goguryeo would definitely choose this core city of the ghost realm to fulfill his ambitions. He didn't know that the 9 great kings of hell had been dealt with by the Dizon of Goguryeo. Otherwise, he would be more worried about Li Xiaoyan's safety. Whoosh! He landed on the ground, then revved up the engine and ran wildly. In the ghost realm, there was no way to cheer for the somersault cloud. If there was a battle soul sword, then one could only rely on one's legs. However, his legs were worlds apart from an ordinary person's. With a light step, he could cross several meters. They moved as fast as lightning. The great earth's shaking already stopped. Everything along the way was bleak, but they didn't encounter a single creature. After an unknown period of time, a towering mountain appeared in the distance. Its outline was clear like a crouching beast. His pupils suddenly shrank as he felt that this mountain seemed to be somewhat familiar. He quickly approached. The mountain became more and more majestic, and he became insignificant, like an insignificant ant. However, his gaze was firmly attracted by something else. A large river surrounded the mountains. Styx! He cried out in alarm as he finally remembered where he was. Wasn't this the necropolis that he had been to before? However, he had never seen the outline of Fengdu necropolis before because he had always used the transmission array to get there. I actually came to Fengdu necropolis by chance. He was pleasantly surprised. The ghost realm was vast, and it was definitely lucky for him to find a city in such a short time. However, he immediately became worried. This was because he had to stop here. There was no way to cross the Styx and fly to Fengdu necropolis. He deeply experienced the power of the Styx. If he hadn't relied on the protection of the four symbols venerable, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the Styx at all. Now that the four symbols venerable wasn't by his side, how could he cross this natural moat? He walked along the river bank for a while and found a stone, ready to throw it to ask for directions. Whoosh! The stone rubbed against the air, making a sharp sound as it flew above the Styx. Splash! However, as soon as the stone flew above the river, its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt as a huge force attracted it. In the next second, it rapidly fell into the river, splashing a few water droplets. Tang Zheng's head trembled. If such a light stone couldn't fly across the Styx, wouldn't he immediately fall to the bottom of the river if he went up? He rolled his eyes and looked up at Fengdu Necropolis, which was close at hand, but he couldn't go up. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of shocking sounds came from Fengdu Necropolis. It seemed to be the sound of fighting. He raised his sword-like eyebrows and muttered, "Is there a great battle in Fengdu Necropolis? Who in the ghost realm can be a match for the Dizon of Goguryeo? Could it be that the 10 kings of hell are making things difficult for the Dizon of Goguryeo?" He knew very well that the Dizon of Goguryeo would encounter obstacles when he carried out his ideas, especially the 10 kings of hell, who would definitely resist fiercely. Could it be that there was a conflict between the two sides? He couldn't wait to rush up and see what was going on. However, the Styx cut off his thoughts. He walked along the river bank and circled Fengdu Necropolis a few times, but he still couldn't think of a solution. Fengdu Necropolis had quietened down. Could it be that the battle had ended? Who won, who lost? Was Li Xiaotian injured in it? He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, walking around in circles. "Let's fight." Now that I've reached the second stage of the Mahayana realm, I don't believe that I can't offset the attraction of the Styx River. Moreover, I'm not a stone. In the end, he had no other choice but to take a risk. He took a deep breath and urged his power. All the cells in his body became active, and his genuine qi seemed to be boiling. Whoosh! He kicked his legs and soared into the air, crossing the Styx River. However, when he flew above the river, a tremor from the depths of his soul trapped him. He screamed and quickly fell down. Although he was fully prepared, the power of the Styx River still exceeded his expectations. He was falling rapidly and was about to fall into the river. At that time, his soul would be swallowed by the water of the Styx River. "No, I can't die," he growled and pushed his palms forward. A huge force flew to the surface of the water, like a cannonball hitting the surface of the water, splashing up huge waves. However, the recoil force did not reduce the speed of his fall. I've seen a ghost. This Styx River is really evil. He still did not give up and hurriedly urged the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Golden Sanskrit words blurted out and wrapped around him, stopping him from falling. This Ksitigarbha Sutra has such a magical effect. He was dumbfounded, but he immediately came back to his senses. He suppressed his ecstatic mood and quickly flew to Fengdu Necropolis. Dizon of Goguryeo didn't tell me that the Ksitigarbha Sutra can restrain the attraction of the Styx River. I've been racking my brains for a long time, he complained secretly. Whoosh! He finally flew to the towering city walls of Fengdu Necropolis and found that the city was in a mess. It was almost destroyed, and a group of black figures knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation. They did not dare to act rashly. He searched for a while, but did not find Li Xiaotian. He did not even find a familiar face. Where was King Yama? Wasn't this his city? Where was the Dizon of Goguryeo? The power of this battle was so great that even Fengdu Necropolis was almost destroyed. Who was fighting who? Where is the Dizon of Goguryeo? He did not care about hiding his figure and soared into the sky. With a bang, he landed in front of the people of the ghost realm. One by one, they raised their heads and looked at him in shock. Suddenly, someone recognized him and exclaimed, "It's him, the living person." He's the Tangzheng that the Dizong of Goguryeo mentioned. Quickly go and report to the Dizong of Goguryeo that Tangzheng is here." Someone cheered. When Tangzheng heard this, he frowned. It seemed that the Dizong of Goguryeo was looking for him. But wasn't he trapped in the sea of bitterness? Why would he spend so much effort to find him? "The Dizong of Goguryeo is looking for me? I don't need you to report. I'm going to find him." Tangzheng said loudly. "Where is he?" Everyone's eyes were fixed on the teleportation array. Tangzheng turned his head and immediately understood that the Dizong of Goguryeo had left through the teleportation array. "Sigh, if I'm not a step late, I can find him directly without going through so much trouble." Tangzheng sighed secretly and immediately asked the Dizong of Goguryeo's destination. This group of people did not know the destination of the Dizong of Goguryeo. They looked at each other and knew nothing. Tangzheng glanced at them and knew that his question was unnecessary. He simply walked into the teleportation array. Suddenly his heart moved and he asked, "Have you seen Li Xiaotian? She's a very beautiful girl. She looks like this." He tried his best to describe Li Xiaotian's appearance according to the impression he had in his mind. Their eyes lit up as they nodded and said, "She left with the Dizong of Goguryeo." Tangzheng's eyes also lit up. Since Li Xiaotian had been captured by the Dizong of Goguryeo, her life was definitely not in danger for the time being. What happened here? Tangzheng pointed at the messy Fengdu city and asked. They looked at each other and said, "The Dizong of Goguryeo had a big battle with himself, which led to all of this." Tangzheng frowned. The Dizong of Goguryeo had a big battle with himself? These guys were scared silly, right? Even their words were not normal. Tangzheng did not ask anymore. Everything would be clear when he saw the Dizong of Goguryeo. He was already familiar with the teleportation array. The teleportation array in Fengdu City could send him to many places. He thought for a while and decided to go to Song Jiangwang's city first. In the world of spirits and souls, he was relatively familiar with him. It was better to ask him about the situation. Perhaps he would know the whereabouts of the Dizong of Goguryeo. Whoosh! A beam of light soared into the sky, illuminating the dark sky and enveloping Tangzheng. His eyes suddenly lit up. The beam of light was so hot that he almost could not open his eyes. In the next second, the light disappeared and he arrived at a new place. "Who's there?" A shout rang out, like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tangzheng cried out in alarm. Since when did the messengers of hell start attacking without distinguishing between right and wrong? Song Jiangwang's ability to control his subordinates was too bad. In the blink of an eye, the storm-like attacks had already arrived in front of him. He was not afraid at all. With a wave of his hand, the enemies stopped in midair, and the approaching treasures exploded with a rumble. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a thought in his mind, a terrifying force pushed them back again. Their speed was even faster, and they slammed into all kinds of hard objects. Chapter 1380. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the invading enemies all retreated. Tangzheng finally saw clearly that this was indeed Song Jiangwang City. He shouted, "Call Song Jiangwang here. How dare you attack me?" So what if Song Jiangwang is here? The Dizong of Goguryeo has already given the order that once we see you, we must capture you. The other party said sternly. Tangzheng was stunned for a moment. The Dizong of Goguryeo had given such a fierce order to capture him. He had ulterior motives. Dizong of Goguryeo, where did our friendship go? You are so cruel. Not only did you trap me, you even want to capture me. The other party prepared to swarm again, but a figure quickly flew over and shouted, "Stop!" Song Jiangwang landed beside Tangzheng. Tangzheng looked at him angrily and said, "Song Jiangwang, these are your subordinates." "Humph, they dare to attack me. and even want to capture me. Song Jianguang smiled bitterly, but it was uglier than crying. He said awkwardly, "Calm down. Today is different from the past." Tang Zheng's eyebrows trembled. Just as he was about to ask why, he heard an angry shout. Song Jianguang, "Do you still dare to collude with him?" Tang Jing opened his eyes wide in disbelief, wondering if he had heard wrongly. The other party's shrimp soldiers actually dared to shout at Song Jianguang. Wasn't this going against the heavens? Song Jianguang could only smile bitterly and quickly explained, "The ghost realm has changed. I will tell you in detail later." After pausing for a moment, he faced the others and said, "That's not right, which I of yours saw me colluding with him. Be careful. I will sue you for slander in front of the Dizong of Goguryeo. Didn't the Dizong of Goguryeo want to see him? If you all attack together and cause him to die, which one of you can bear the responsibility?" The other party looked at each other and finally didn't dare to make a ruckus. He said embarrassedly, "Dizong of Goguryo's order is to capture him. We are just following orders." "Nonsense. Haven't you heard about the relationship between Dizong of Goguryo and Tang Zheng? With their friendship, why would they capture Tang Zheng? The Dizong of Goguryo only wants to see him. If you guys are mistaken, then you will be the ones to suffer." Song Jianguang's aura was very strong, causing the other party to be speechless. Song Jianguang struck while the iron was hot and said, "I will naturally bring him to see the Dizong of Goguryeo. You guys can leave now." The other party stared at Song Jianguang for a long time before reluctantly retreating. Tang Zheng's mind was in turmoil. Why had Song Jianguang's prestige and status dropped so much? Had the ghost realm really changed? Song Jianguang's situation could really be described with 6 words: miserable, 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 miserable. As if he saw the doubts in Tang Zheng's mind, Song Jianguang smiled bitterly and said, "I know you have a lot of questions. Listen to me slowly." Song Jianguang slowly narrated the recent happenings in the ghost realm, causing Tang Zheng's heart to tremble in fear as he continuously cried out in alarm, "You are the only one left among the 10 kings of hell." "Yes. If I didn't act according to the circumstances, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by the Dizong of Goguryeo and ended up like the other kings of hell." Song Jianguang sighed. Tang Zheng was silent. He was really shocked by this news. The Dizong of Goguryeo actually changed his style and became so tough. He killed the 9 kings of hell while talking and laughing. In addition, he forcefully implemented his own ideas and tried to convert all living beings in the ghost realm. However, it caused a huge turmoil in the ghost realm. What about Li Xiaotian? After pondering for a while, Tang Zheng asked again. Song Jianguang sighed with emotion and said, "Your girlfriend's luck is really extraordinary. The Dizong of Goguryeo kept her by his side and wanted her to witness his conversion. He even passed on the Ksitigarbha Sutra to her and treated her as his right-hand woman. Even I can't compare to her." "What right-hand woman?" Tang Zheng was shocked. Why did the Dizong of Goguryeo do this? The Dizong of Goguryeo wanted to prove that her and my suspicions were wrong and deliberately left us alive. It's just that your girlfriend was treated much better than me. Song Jianguang smiled bitterly. Suddenly, Song Jianguang changed the topic. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "However, I heard that something happened in Necropolis this time. Everything changed. Fengdu City has become a ruin. I just came from there." "What? So serious?" Song Jianguang was shocked. "I only heard some rumors and didn't have time to verify it." Tang Zheng's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "What rumors?" "The Dizong of Goguryeo seems to have changed. This change is extraordinary, but I don't know what exactly happened." Song Jianguang said. Tang Zheng's heart moved, and he said, "Those people in Fengdu City are witnesses. If I knew earlier, I would have asked them clearly." At that time, he was worried about Li Xiaotian's safety and didn't dare to delay. Otherwise, He would have asked clearly before leaving. The Dizon of Goguryeo has already passed down the order to capture you if you see you. He also told you that if you want Li Xiaotian to be safe and sound, you should obediently go see him. Song Jianguang said with a face full of suspicion. This is very different from the Dizon of Goguryeo's style in the past. I really don't understand. Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched. The Dizon of Goguryeo actually left such fierce words. It was definitely not on a whim, but because he had an ulterior motive. The Dizon of Goguryeo definitely knew that he had escaped the Sea of Bitterness, so he used this method to make him fall into the trap. Without the Sea of Bitterness, how can he deal with me? Kill me? Tang Zheng's heart trembled as he guessed. Are you going to see the Dizon of Goguryeo? Song Jianguang asked curiously. Of course I'm going. Tang Zheng said without hesitation. I'm afraid it's not good. You have to think twice. Song Jianguang advised. Tang Zheng said resolutely, Li Xiaotian is in his hands. No matter how difficult it is, I have to keep the appointment. He grasped my weakness. Very smart. I feel that the Dizon of Goguryeo is strange. You better think carefully. Song Jianguang was still very hesitant. Tang Zheng looked at him deeply and said, Don't you want to find out what happened to the Dizon of Goguryeo? The best way is to directly meet him. It's simple and direct. It's more effective than your wild guesses. Song Jianguang hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'm not going. Right now, he was avoiding the Dizon of Goguryeo like the plague. If he could avoid appearing in front of him, he would definitely stay away. He was deeply afraid that he would attract the Dizon of Goguryeo's attention. Then, the Dizon of Goguryeo would deal with him like how he dealt with the other kings of hell. Song Jianguang still had the thought of resisting before, but now this thought was getting weaker and weaker. He almost couldn't see any hope. Looking at Song Jianguang's terrified expression, Tang Zheng frowned. How could Song Jianguang change so much in such a short time? He was completely different from the Song Jianguang of the 18 levels of hell. Could it be that the power of the environment was so great that it could change a person so much? Are you afraid? Tang Zheng asked directly. Song Jianguang stuttered and nodded. Yes, I'm really afraid. The world of spirits and souls is no longer the world of spirits and souls. The world has changed. How can I not be afraid? The Dizon of Goguryeo has countless followers. If he gives the order, his spittle can drown me. Tang Zheng stared at Song Jianguang with a burning gaze. After confirming that he was not acting, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now, there was only one familiar Song Jianguang in the world of spirits and souls, and he had not been converted yet. Tang Zheng must definitely pull him along. Therefore, he grabbed Song Jianguang without any explanation. Song Jianguang tried to break free and even urged his power, but found that there was no way to break free from Tang Zheng's hand. Immediately, he stared at Tang Zheng in shock and asked, Your power! Tang Zheng nodded and said, I'm already in the Mahayana realm. Song Jianguang's eyes lit up and he said ecstatically, Wow, the Mahayana realm. You actually broke through to the Mahayana realm. I'm sorry, forgive me for losing my composure. This is really shocking news. So, you can fight with the Dizon of Goguryeo? Song Jianguang asked expectantly. Defeat the Dizon of Goguryeo and let him understand that his so-called plan to deliver all living beings from torment is impossible to achieve. Then, restore the world of spirits and souls to its former state. Tang Zheng said with a smile that was not a smile, You can't wait for me to deal with the Dizon of Goguryeo. Are you waiting to reap the benefits? After all, the other kings of hell are already dead, and you're the only king of hell left. Once the Dizon of Goguryeo loses power, the world of spirits and souls will be under your control. Song Jianguang's face stiffened and he said awkwardly, Why would you think of me like that? How could I be that kind of person? Tang Zheng knew that Song Jianguang was resourceful and was the best at using tricks. Back then, it was his words that lured the Dizang of Goguryeo to swear that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. Thus, he forced the Dizang of Goguryeo to leave, allowing the world of spirits and souls to maintain its original state for countless years. Now, Song Jianguang was no match for the Dizang of Goguryeo, so he might have the intention to kill with a borrowed knife. Tang Zheng was meticulous, so how could he let go of such a big loophole? Tang Zheng, you've really misunderstood me. If you defeat the Dizang of Goguryeo and restore the world of spirits and souls to its original state, I'd rather worship you as the Lord. Song Jianguang patted his chest and said righteously, as if he really did not have any selfish motives. Tang Zheng laughed dryly and said, I'm not a member of the world of spirits and souls, so how can I become the Lord of the world of spirits and souls? Your words are equivalent to not saying anything. There's always a way to solve this. We should first solve the problem of the Dizang of Goguryeo. Song Jianguang said hesitantly. Tang Zheng did not pursue the matter and said directly, You must come with me to see the Dizang of Goguryeo. This is not up to you. You should know where he is. Song Jianguang understood that his arm could not win against Tang Zheng's thigh, so he could only compromise and nod helplessly. Song Jianguang activated the teleportation array, and the teleportation array lit up. The light rushed into the sky, and the few of them were bathed in the light. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. In the next second, the light disappeared, and the two of them appeared in another city. Walala! There was a rush of footsteps, and the two of them were immediately surrounded by a dark mass of figures. Obviously, the Dizang of Goguryeo was well prepared. Once Tang Zheng appeared, he would not give him a chance to escape. Song Jianguang looked at the dark mass of figures, and his face was pale. He muttered, This is all your fault. You dragged me along and put yourself in danger. You have to protect me later. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to him and took a step forward, his aura surging like a rainbow. The other side unconsciously took a step back and loudly shouted, Stop! You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.